Welcome back, everyone. This is Akinar here with more blueprints. It is time to start day 25. Let's get it going. Last night was a fun night for me because I got to hang out with my brother, who has also been playing blueprints. And he finally managed to inherit the manor for himself, and he wanted to share. He wanted to share the last hour of his gameplay footage with me. He doesn't stream or anything like that, so he wanted to share what he had done, and my brother and I are fairly different in our personalities and approaches, and you guys know how I am, how sensitive I am to spoilers and wanting to preserve the mystery of pretty much everything as much as possible. I don't want to be told even like small things like, different things that, apparently we have running shoes. Cat Laser Brain here noticing that we've already gotten some benefit from some running shoes that have been held over from the previous day. So that's fun. But my brother, on the other hand, is completely different. He is totally fine with, he's not totally fine with spoilers per se, but he is fine with minor spoilers and kind of knowing, like, he likes the process of kind of, it's almost a collaborative process of sharing the experience of playing a game with someone else and talking with them about it and saying, oh, here's what I did differently and here's what you did differently, and oh man, and going back and forth with those things. So we're different on those fronts, but I still wanted to hang out with him and get to see at least most of his experience. We took some reasonable precautions with the help of my sister and having her cross-reference some screenshots from each of our room directories to find out what he had drafted that I had not. So I wanted to make sure that nothing too major was going to be divulged. I knew that there were going to be probably a number of differences in terms of like studio additions and room upgrades, and I was going to be willing to make the compromise of hanging out with my brother if it meant that I have to endure just a couple little minor spoilers that I would otherwise like to avoid. So one of those things, a couple of those things have now been made aware. I have been made aware of some things that I was not before as a result of that. So I'm just being upfront with you all here. One of the main ones here that I'll tell you about right off the bat is the conference room. The conference room. Apparently, we were just in here the other day, and I was saying, oh, we need to be extra careful after the servants' quarters and the missed note in the trash can. I need to be extra careful to make sure I don't miss anything in the conference room. Apparently, I still did. Oh, I hope that I have not been putting too much frustration into your all's viewing experience, as I have now apparently walked by a note in the conference room for who knows how many times. And I think it's supposed to be right next to the red note. I do not know what's on the note, but in the course of conversing with my brother, apparently there's a note in here that I need to double check for. So we'll see if and when we get back to the conference room. That is one of those things that I am aware of now, and I will do my best to recount any other little things that have cropped up as a result of me hanging out with my brother. But in general, our blind playthrough experience, I think, is well intact here, and I'm excited. If I wasn't going to already be excited to draft day 25, I have extra incentive after getting to see my brother reach room 46. The other big thing, maybe I'll get to it in a second here. Let's draft a room first, though. Let's get our outer room and figure out what it's going to be. Okay, I was kind of hoping that we would get the schoolhouse, because we really need to get the schoolhouse going. My highest grade is still grade 1. We need to graduate at least to grade 2, but that is not going to be today apparently. So I think we will go ahead and settle for the tool shed. We still have a shrine buff, so I guess apparently the shrine can be offered to you. Maybe this had happened before. It can be offered to you when you already have a shrine buff active. I thought maybe the game is smart enough to say, you've got one active, I'm going to take this out of the pool until your current one wears off. But I guess there must be some way for you to just overwrite the buff by making another offering or something like that. So I'm not going to take that, though. We're going to try to continue to get value from our Blessing of the Tinkerer. So yeah, let's, I think, though, take the tool shed. We just had a hovel run. Let's take the tool shed because we now have a workshop. And the tool shed is a great way for us to get started and add some items to our we already have some items in our inventory, and we're going to add a shovel and a sledgehammer right off the bat. Okay, so that's great. And now let's check and see, in addition to the running shoes, what has been carried over to day 25 from our rogue moon necklace or moon pendant. The basement key. Slow clap for the moon pendant. We were joking about it. I was like, it's gonna give me the basement key. You just knew that it was gonna happen. I should have maybe checked my inventory first to make sure what I had, because man, the running shoes, when you're on the grounds, it feels like it's almost guaranteed. But yeah, the yeah, it would have probably been more correct to actually check that first, just in case we had a trading post offered to us, because we would certainly be in the market for trading in a basement key, I would think. So, okay. I do have something that I want to try in the grotto, and because we have the running shoes, I will do that now. I was thinking of postponing that, but the running shoes now makes it a little bit easier for me to stomach a quick trip over here to the Black Bridge Grotto, because I do want to just quickly check one of the things that we had logged in with. The other major discovery recently was the fact that Gene Ribbon is one of these admin key logins. Oh, actually, let's try the other. Let's just go ahead and try the. There was a second one that we had access to, and I might have to check my screenshots here. Give me just a moment. There was an additional login. The other Caleb Manning had an acronym with P. Oh, I guess it would not be Caleb Manning then. It would be Philip White with P, which instead was supposed to be Paul Withers, I guess was the alias. So let's log in with P. With P. I would imagine this has the same privileges as Gene Ribbon. But what I wanted to double check here was the email settings. We've enabled all of the emails here, but the check connection offsite is what I wanted to look at. This is still the same. I'd forgotten that this was an option here. This message about not just email communications, but all inbound and outbound connections from the local network have been temporarily disabled. At some point, we now have this idea we found in the admin logs, the idea of a data file. I theorized, or maybe it was even said in the logs, that it could be a data file of security footage. One way or another, that's the idea that I have in my head. Data files here is not for, at least not yet, it's not for, I don't think it's going to be. This is all for importing trophy data from a second file. It's not about downloading a data file from off the network. But we do there's an option on the terminals. Most of the other terminals around the state do have that option to, what option am I thinking of? The data transfers. When you log in to the network, the data transfers feature we see is an option there, but it's disabled. There's got to be a way to enable that, right? And then maybe get access to that data file. But it's not through that little check connection option that's under the email settings. I just wanted to take a look at that real quick. Okay, let's get started with our draft. We have a shovel and a sledgehammer and running shoes in hand. So items, going back and forth to try new items at a workshop is going to be a lot easier to do. If and when. Oh, that's right. I forgot we had a mail room here. That's something to think about as well. So if we get a compass, we're going to be in real good shape. Yeah, the workshop likes to show up now, I guess, right at the entrance hall, because it is a common. A common workshop is the best. Let's do it. And we will see what item is there. Let's just take a step in. Let's just not even try to play. Oh, they're giving us a lockpick kit. That is so fortunate. I want to say that it's a lot higher chance because we did have the tool shed right off the bat. giving us the shovel and the sledgehammer. These items feel much more likely to show up here in the workshop. We've only had the workshop a handful of times, so who knows for sure. But I think the lockpick kit, when you start draining the pool of these other more common options, similar to the floor plans being offered in a draft, then the lockpick kit all of a sudden shows up. So lockpick kit combined with keycard, of course, the ultimate ultra master key. Oh, wait, there is already a master key in the showroom. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. The running shoes, I don't think are going to be able to... This is not the mystery item that's going to be combined with anything, right? If I had to guess, probably not. Okay, the lockpick kit doesn't combine with any of these. That's not too surprising. Doesn't really make sense to combine it with any of the stuff that we have so far. So we return later. And now we keep drafting. Well, which direction do we draft? It really probably doesn't matter. Having already a shovel and a sledgehammer, it does make me interested in... I mean, it kind of makes me... When we have a workshop, it makes me interested in drafting green rooms, no matter what, because green rooms have items. I suppose bedrooms also have items. But if we want green rooms, then which direction is theoretically the more optimal one in order to get your green room draft started? Because you kind of want the greenhouse. I think if you had to pick one green room that's not the root cellar to start out your day, you would probably, well, I don't know, maybe if you picked the greenhouse and then somehow went out to the outer room after taking the greenhouse, would it make the root cellar more likely to show up? Probably, because it's a green room. But what is the quickest route to the greenhouse? Probably the west wing, going to the lower left-hand corner, right? That's where there is dirt. I think it's on the second row, the second rank on the west wing where there's no dirt. So let's draft to the left of the entrance hall first. It probably doesn't matter, but I love to overthink these things. Okay, we can take a laboratory here and just go ahead and get our experiment started, and then probably also immediately set our security settings to maximum because of having a key card. Do we want that versus the den? I think so. I really just like having as many chances at the blessing of the tinkerer as possible, right? It's already a little bit, having the workshop already is one of those missed buffs. I want to get the workshop no matter what. I'm so anxious to make contraptions, so I'm willing to pass that trigger on the experiment. But if we are trying to get to the bottom left corner and trying to get a greenhouse as early as possible, then the den is probably the smarter choice. Maybe we should actually do that. Now that I'm thinking of it, why don't we actually take the den here? We'll give ourselves the extra door, and the laboratory is at common. The security room is at common. Either one of those, picking up those rooms, is going to get us our experiments going before we draft too many other mechanical rooms. So let's take the den. And it also gets us a gem. Now, I will take that gem because 3 gem rooms are a thing. So let's get that. And let's see if we get our greenhouse. Let's just go ahead and draft. We could also get a conservatory. Let's draft the bottom left corner. Okay, no green room here. We could just take a storeroom, I think is what we're going to do here. I think we're taking that storeroom. We have a lockpick kit, so keys are not as much of a priority, but you still want some keys. You could also just take the closet here and say, let me just take the items to potentially get more stuff to make contraptions. But we also know the storeroom has a chance to have either at least a broken lever. Has the battery shown up in the storeroom, or am I just thinking that any place that a broken lever can show up, a battery can also show up? Is that a thing? Like, I know that in the course of watching my brother play, I feel like I saw him pick up a battery in an unexpected location, some location that I think I had not seen it before, and I don't know, but I don't remember which room exactly it was. So I know that the battery can show up in other places that I haven't seen it yet. I'm just wondering if the storeroom is one of those. I don't think the closet is. I feel like if we're a broken lever or a closet, a broken lever or a battery is not something we have seen in the closet as of yet. Also, on a side note, I am aware that the closet is one of the rooms that can be upgraded with an upgrade disc. I just haven't had that as one of my offerings, but I noticed that my brother's closet was a different color. It was very red. I did not read. I was specifically not trying to read and digest the effect of his red closet, but I couldn't help but notice, oh, that's a closet and it's not blue. So that's another thing that I know now. But yeah, I will go ahead and take the storeroom here, and let's see if we do get any extra items in here on top of our wonderful little stockpile of resources. This is really kind of a great room, and I really do like the fact that we chose the 10 coins. 10 coins has felt like the nicest of the upgrades, just because there are other ways to procure. Coins give you a lot of flexibility in how you accumulate your resources. Coins, gold. I think we go ahead and we draft the room here in the den as well. Yeah, let's draft the den while we're here, see what we get offered. That is unfortunate. Why in the world are these... where's my ornate compass when I need it? Okay. Parlor versus observatory. I do kind of want an observatory because, well, it's 5 gems. I know from our star chart or list of constellations from the planetarium that today, if we get the star and look in the telescope, we're getting the Southern Cross and we're getting Diamondus Major. So I like the idea of getting 5 gems. But it's really 4 gems because you're spending a gem. So... but that also gets the Southern Cross online, and it gets us another star. So, and that's slightly better than the Parlor, and the Parlor should be easier to come by because the Observatory is a standard rarity. So I guess we have to take that here because we're taking a dead end no matter what. Now, if we're trying to aim, I don't think we're doing this today, but we do have eventually our stretch goal of 20 dead ends that have to be drafted in order to win the sweepstakes. So this could be one of those spots when you're aiming for that. Okay, you better take the Geist bedroom because it makes no sense to take a non-dead end in a dead end spot, if you know what I mean. But I think here I do want the observatory over the dice. Is that correct? Or maybe I say to myself that I've got 4 gems and the observatory should show up again at some point, and I take the dice because dice are better. And they're not better per se, but it's a resource that I don't have. I have 0 dice, but I do have 4 gems. I'm not really aiming for the 20 dead ends, though. So I think we'll hopefully pick up some dice. We've got multiple ways now to pick up dice with the boudoir being upgraded as well. So that's another reason for us to take the observatory here. So let's take it. And it cuts off our west wing a little bit, which is unfortunate, but who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky, and this will be an opportunity for us to draft Her Ladyship's chamber next to the observatory, even though we would have to run all the way back around to get back to it. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'm thinking too far ahead like I always do. But it is gem time. Give me my Southern Cross. Give me my big old pretty 5 gem constellation. Look how beautiful that is. There we go. Okay. Any extra items laying around? There really never are unless you have a metal detector. So we get our lovely observatory theme going, and then, yeah, we continue through the east end of the entrance hall. And, wow, they're really trying to close off my draft here, aren't they? I want to get a mail room, but not here. Not here. Don't do it to me now. I suppose there could be a compass in the mail room. But I guess we're going to get a kitchen, huh? Because otherwise my draft is going to have to work through the workshop. But we have the foundation. I do always have to remember the foundation is a possibility if all things do not work out as you want. But I will settle for a kitchen here so that I can hopefully get over to the east wing in a little more expedient fashion. Let's check our menu. What do we have? Banana club sandwich and tomato soup. We just had our red room draft yesterday. Why are you doing this to me now? And there's a wood-fired pizza. Okay, we do want to get furnace plus freezer. That is an interaction that we want to happen. So, we gotta get the freezer to show up. That's really the tough part, is getting that freezer to actually get in on the game. Okay, let's draft through the kitchen. But hopefully we can get, if we do happen to get it today, we have a wood-fired pizza to look forward to. Dear Lord, what in the world is going on here? You're seriously giving me the Great Hall right here? Jesus Christ. Okay, this is a weird freaking draft. This is a weird one so far. Do I even take the Great Hall? Do I even take it, or do I just say, you know what? Okay, fine. You're really squeezing me at the start here. I'm gonna take a mailroom to make sure that I get my mailroom first and foremost, but also it could have some keys that will help me when I eventually need to go over to the foundation here, because I'm getting dead-ended here. This is I'm not liking the way the draft is treating me so far. It's being quite unkind, but I suppose this is what you have when the mailroom is common, and well, I don't know. I mean, we've made other things like security and laboratory common, so I don't think we've given, it's not like we also, oh, that's why the Great Hall is here. We got the Southern Cross. Duh. I was thinking, you know, if we take the Southern Cross, I want to get the Chamber of Mirrors again, and it would be amazing if we could somehow get it like next to the foundation. That would automatically be like one door that is connected to something where we can get to the other side, another side of the Chamber of Mirrors. I do not want to take a, okay, I guess I will take a moment to say something about the Great Hall that I also learned hanging out with my brother. Apparently, the intel that is in the drafting strategy, volume 3, question mark, but one of those drafting strategy books that we read that tells us about these combinations, such as the terrace and the cloister. And the section specifically was talking about ordering, and the fact that if you draft the terrace first and then the cloister, you're good to go. But if you do it the other way around, you're gonna be out 3 gems, of course. And then they also went on to mention the foyer plus the Great Hall, and they say that a foyer drafted before a Great Hall means 7 unlocked doors. And so I took that as a game telling me loud and clear, do not draft the Great Hall. If you want to get the most benefit, do not draft it before drafting a foyer. Apparently, y'all can correct me if this is wrong, but from what I saw in my brother's footage, apparently you can do it the other way around. I don't know if I want to try it here for myself, because we would have to get a foyer at some point. But apparently you can draft a Great Hall and then draft a foyer, and magically, the doors in the Great Hall are all of a sudden unlocked. Imagine that. Supposedly it works out that way. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. So is that a bug? Is that, or is there some fine print supposed to be somewhere that the game has not yet revealed to me? Is this one of those things that I actually want somebody in the audience to answer for me? Probably not. It's probably another rhetorical question. Don't tell me for sure. Let me wonder. Let me speculate in my own mind, because maybe there is some intelligence. I know now there's all sorts of books that we've bought and all sorts of other emails that we've uncovered that tell us things. And I don't want to necessarily have somebody telling me, oh, you're going to find this out later in some other thing, in some other part of the game. It could also just be a bug. It could also just be unintended behavior. So either way, keep me in the dark, even though I'm sort of aware of it. And I want to be in the spirit of full disclosure. Am I going to settle for a mailroom ultimately, though? Because I really don't want to be using my keys on a Great Hall when I still have the workshop to get me into rank 3. I certainly don't want to take a Great Hall to try to get over into the East Wing and gamble on 1 and 3 locked doors. I think it's the potential for having a brass compass is what's wanting me to take the mailroom over the Geist bedroom. Even though I think we would probably get more chances. We've seen both of these about the same amount here in these opening picks, but I feel like we would get more chances to draft the mailroom because the game really wants us to have the package when it's been delivered. But I think I will take it here because I want the brass compass when I go back through the workshop. So let's try it out. Let's take the package here and hope that things are going to work out for us, even though we're down to just basically 1 door, except we do have the foundation. but I need keys. Stuff needs to happen still for us to actually make progress on day 25. But now the fact that apparently I have missed something in the conference room, and I definitely know that I missed something in the servants' quarters, I am still going to try and be, I don't have a magnifying glass yet, so I don't know that we have looked at all of these letters before, and we've gotten the stamps added to our stamp collection. But it does make me conscious of the fact that I might be missing stuff in places that I've been so many times. We do in fact get both a brass compass and a sleeping mask. Okay, we are not going to be short on steps, folks. So do I even want to take anything from the kitchen? Do I even care about buying? I think I'm saving my gold because I have running shoes and I have a sleeping mask. So I think we're going to be okay on steps. I think we're going to be okay. Plus, we might run out of rooms to draft anyways, so none of it may matter in the end. Maybe we're just going to be re-rolling and actually doing a second draft in one episode. Who knows? Okay, we are going to check now because we have added some things to our inventory. I don't think the sleeping mask is something that we could ever combine. I'm going to guess that it's not the mystery item here that we have not seen. What could it's that the mystery item that was mentioned in drafting strategy volume 4. The compass, though. Oh, the compass can be combined with the shovel to make a dowsing rod. What in the hell is that? A dowsing rod. Okay, and it's only the one. I'm just going to quickly check my notes, but I think it's only the one contraption for the compass. No, it can be done. It can be combined into 2. Okay, we have a dowsing rod. What else could it potentially be? Nothing else that I have. I wonder if the metal detector would be one. We've done now the metal detector. We've done it with the, we had a lot of fun last time combining it with the magnifying glass to light some candles, and we got more candles to light. We got to do that again at some point. But the metal detector can be combined in 3 different contraptions, and we've only done 2 of them, I think. So we really would like to get our hands on a metal detector, I think, but also we may just want to combine this now, right? Take the new item as soon as possible. And like the compass is cool, but I don't think we're in desperate need to have it here. We're much more interested in just getting new intelligence, new contraptions. Let's go. And I'm just thinking about, are there any dig sites that I've seen that I need to dig up before I use the shovel? Because we may not be able to dig up sites after this, but let's see what happens. A dowsing rod. Let's cue the duct tape, cue the soldering, and here we go. What in the world? While drafting, dowsing rod points toward rooms that may contain more items today than usual. Oh, what the hell? More items. I mean, that's what we want. We are in the market for items. Holy crap. That is, I would have never guessed. I would have never in a million years guessed what that effect could be. Wow. Okay. Well, we know, I don't know why I'm looking at the bench again here. I was like, let's make more. I want to make more stuff. But I need more items before I can do that. But our dowsing rod will now let us do that. Okay. I am saying it right, correctly? Dowsing. Where is that? Is this not... This was something that would help people find water, apparently. Wasn't that what the legend on this is, that it was like you would find where there a place where you would dig a well back in, you know, if you were out in the wilderness or something. Is that what I'm thinking of here? I'm not gonna look it up, but feel free to let me know. But in our case, what the heck? Oh, I see. So it's pointing at the weight room? Is that what you're telling me here? It's pointing at the weight room? All right. I think we're gonna take the weight room then, because I don't really want to spend 3 gems on a rotunda. Like, that's cool. A rotunda's cool that you can rotate all the things connected to it, which is nice. But like, that's not super important in this particular scenario, because like we're kind of drafting out into the open. I guess we're drafting against the left and right doors could have elbows that point into either the observatory or the mailroom. But I think we take the weight room here because the dowsing rod apparently is pointing the way. And I have we seen a broken lever before in the weight room? I think we have, haven't we? Is that something I'm thinking of? I'm just thinking what item would make sense to have in the weight room. But either way, we will lose half our steps, which is a sizable chunk of our steps, but we can turn around and immediately buy everything from the kitchen. Maybe not the tomato soup yet, but this would be one step on the way toward buffing that tomato soup. But we could buy everything else, get a bunch of those steps back, and we have shoes and we have a sleeping mask. So I think we can afford to take the somewhat sizable hit from the weight room and still be able to make good progress here. So the weight room it is, and we'll see, before we go in the weight room, we will go get those things. That's a security door, which is good. We want to see security doors. I was hoping I would see one. That's another reason to take the weight room, but we will head back to the kitchen and rebuff, get that steps count looking healthy again here. Do we just buy everything now, or do we wait to try and get a coupon book? Would there be a coupon book in the weight room? Something tells me no, but I think we have the coins. We're going to be able to afford all this stuff. Anyways, let's just take it all. We're not waiting for a salt shaker. We're not going to wait for it, even though the kitchen is in a relatively, convenient spot here, right next to the entrance hall with the foundation and everything. And, it would be a nice little pit stop there, but it's fine. We buy it all now. Don't overthink it. There is a broken lever here. Did we do this before? There is a broken lever. Okay. So we have a broken lever now. And we have a sledgehammer. We're one step away from making a power hammer once again, but I don't think I want to make a power hammer. What I would have made would have been a jackhammer, but we've used our shovel now, and I don't know if the game will spawn another shovel in the same run. I think it probably is going to work similar to how we saw the metal detector, that we traded away to a trading post and then came back to the commissary and it was sold out because you only get one of those each day. I think that's how it works. Don't tell me for sure. Okay, but we have doors now at least. Doors, doors, doors. And I think we will start by let's head to the east first and see if we can fill out the east wing, and maybe we will get, we could get a greenhouse that would angle us down to ranks 1 and 2 on the east side. Let's go east. Okay, we are getting, oh right, we've got the Southern Cross in effect. The Southern Cross is in effect. Okay, the archives this is fascinating. It's actually telling you where the items are. And I'm pretty sure we've seen a battery spawn in the archives. So we're pretty close to making a power hammer here. But that's not necessarily that thrilling. And do I want to, I guess if I have a dowsing rod, maybe I can live with the archives covering up one of my floor plans. I don't love the idea, though, of doing this right at the start of a draft. I'm not super thrilled about it, but the battery could enable, who knows, maybe the lockpick combined with the battery pack could be a thing. So maybe we just need to live with the downside. We just roll with the way this draft is going. This is just a dowsing rod draft, basically no matter what. And then if we don't fill out the full house, it's fine. We've done that before. We've been there, done that on the full house trophy front. So let's go archives and have some fun. Because we always have more fun than we should be allowed to have. Okay, it's a magnifying glass. Magnifying glass is cool. It's a little less cool if we do end up getting a commissary, because that's going to mean one less item, I think, in the commissary that we can actually get. But that, I guess, we don't have to spend coins on it. So we now have a magnifying glass, which could enable us to make, if we get our hands now on a metal detector, we can make another burning glass. So this is fun. I'm liking this. The dowsing rod will lead the way. It's gonna do the dark room, isn't it? It's not taking the dark room. Okay. All right. I think I'm okay then picking up whatever this is. A gem for the greenhouse. Greenhouse? Because green rooms have more items. So it feels like it would be more likely. But it could also be a nursery, you know? It could also be a nursery. And then that would, but is it pointing? I think it's pointing to, when it says items, this is the thing maybe I need to, so far it's pointed to rooms that have given us actual inventory items, as opposed to gems and dice and stuff like that. So let's just go with the flow here. We're going with the flow. This is our fun. It's gonna be a different run and maybe a fun run, hopefully a run that lasts for some time, even if we pick some dead ends here in places where, like, I wouldn't want a nursery normally if I could help it because I want to draft ranks 1 and 2. But we're gonna go with the flow of the dowsing rod. Boom, go. What do we get? It's a drawing room. There's actually something in the drawing room? Wow. Is this because of the dowsing rod? Or is the dowsing rod pointing at this thing? Is the dowsing rod actually pointing at the... Is it actually pointing at the safe? Is that the item? Because I'm not seeing any other items here. Maybe I am blind. Wait a second, hold on. There was a... Oh, or was it the door? It's the door. I thought I saw the hand icon for a second, the interact icon over the phone. It's the door over here. I better be extra careful because there could very well be an item or some interaction that I have missed in this room. We've already gotten the sus candlestick. They wouldn't do the same trick twice in the same room, would they? Another one of these. I think I've checked these other candlestick holders for any additional levers that could reveal safes. Okay. I still don't have on my own a great idea here about how to solve this. But I am trying to be in the spirit of full disclosure, and something probably the most significant spoilerish moment in hanging out with my brother. I don't know if it's a spoiler yet because I haven't fully connected the dots, but we were talking about what safes he had opened, and he had said initially that he had opened the shelter and the office. So I thought, okay, he's opened those 2 safes, which I have also opened. So we can discuss and figure out what exactly he had used in order to open these safes. And in the process of talking about the office safe, I was excited to hear him talking about, eventually putting together the March of the Count and coming to the correct conclusion on how many count gates should be counted. But instead, apparently, he was not talking about the office safe. I stopped him because here's the thing. He said that he had opened the office safe using the same date as the orchard fence. And I immediately could, and of course, immediately I instinctively was like, oh, he has made a misspeak, hasn't he? He's actually opened some safe that I haven't, and he's given away the goose. He's given away a safe code inadvertently. But I stopped him from saying, okay, wait a second. Maybe you better not say anything else because I think you're not saying what you think you're saying. So I don't know what safe it could be, but I have the idea now in my head that the apple orchard code could be reused for another safe. So I have to give full disclosure here. I won't love it if this safe opens with an 1128, but I'm also not going to be able to play the game with a straight face without trying because of the way that this sort of stuff works. Once a bit of knowledge is stuck in your head, you actually can't do anything until you've tried to apply that knowledge. Like I could not pretend that I had somehow heard something that I had not. Okay, thankfully, that does not work on this safe. So all that to say, again, being full disclosure here, operating in full disclosure. So good. I don't, in that case, have any idea yet what to do about this safe. I feel like all my previous attempts have almost certainly been some sort of overcomplication, but I do feel like there has to be something related to the fact that we're looking at these paintings, these drawings, that all have different lengths in their stride. That has to be important in some way. Have I been, I think maybe the thing that I maybe have been doing wrong is trying to count the pictures separately, where you have the pictures of the 3 old men and the 3 top hat guys. I've been counting those as separate instances. If I were to instead count them, just count every top hat man and don't worry about how many are in a picture. What happens if I do that? If I do that, I end up with how many top hat men? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I do end up with 11 top hat men. I do end up with 11. What about old men? The umbrella man. What about him? If I count all instances of the umbrella man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, well, I mean, that could be a date, right? 11:15 could be a date, but why would I just be counting top hat men and old men? Now, here's another thing I hadn't thought of until just maybe this second. I'm going to first try 11:15. We already tried 11:28. What about 11:15? No, doesn't make sense. What might make more sense, however, having opened the office safe, there is a large bust of the count gates over that safe. And then you go around the room and you count the small gates, because that's what the note says to do. Count small gates to crack 8 safes. Are we supposed to focus on the lady because her painting is the one that covered the safe? Does that make any sense to focus on her? How many ladies are there? 1, 2. There's not very many. 3, 4. There's 4 ladies. Is that who we're... Okay, but if I just focus on the ladies, what does that do for me? I still have the stride length, the amount of distance between their footsteps, each of the individual or animal in one case, each of their footsteps. How does that factor into it? There's 4 ladies. It's not 11-4, is it? Like count 11 top hat guys and 4 ladies? No, I'm not clued into the right thing here. And I don't see it yet. I don't see it yet, guys. So, okay, there's my long spiel about... Yeah, I'm afraid about devoting more brain power to the drawing room, because this one I definitely do not... I feel a bit hard stuck on it. Hopefully Fresh Brain will prevail at some point. But for now, we continue to... it's pointing to the chapel. God damn it. It's pointing to the chapel. I want to start some experiments, but I do also want to draft all the way down the East Wing. And I would like to get more items. There's an item in the chapel? Now, of course, something we have to think about is the fact that the dowsing rod pointed us to the drawing room, but there wasn't actually just an item laying around. So I don't know. We just need to keep testing this out. Because is it pointing to the piggy bank? Is it pointing to the keeper of the tithes? Is that what it was called? I think I'd take the chapel, though. I'll be willing to pay a little bit of additional tithe money to make sure that we get one more shot at a conservatory, especially, right? You want to draft the corners when you know there's a conservatory hanging out there. And the dowsing rod is guiding the way. I'm not Oh. Oh. The piggy bank is just here. This is a permanent unlock. Okay, why did I think that was not going to be the case? I guess I had this idea that this was going to reset. Once you've lit the candles, they're lit. Now, at the same time, I am noticing here are some coins. Here are some coins. So, was that the item that was being pointed at by the dowsing rod? I think probably so. The piggy bank is just there, and you can break in case of emergency showroom. All right. Or emergency casino. Break in the piggy bank to go to the casino, what any responsible person should do. All right, let's draft through the chapel. We're figuring out exactly how the dowsing rod works. It's going to point at the music room, isn't it? Because there's 2 keys in the music room. Okay. There are 2 keys down there. Are they keys that I want to get? Do I want to pick up the keys from the music room? I do need keys, but they're going to cost, it's going to cost me 2 gems. I have 6 gems though. So it might be the right move. We also do, another reason to take the music room here is that it would allow me, with a magnifying glass, I would get to examine the treble clef. Not bass clef, treble clef. The note that is over here that I wanted to take a closer look at just to see if anything was hidden in the scribbling. So I will follow, we will continue to follow the dowsing rod, and I may regret those gems being spent at a later date, but oh, there's a trunk as well. That's what the dowsing rod was pointing at. Okay, all right, I think it is, we get a secret garden key as our major key. So that's cool. I did forget that I could redraw at the drawing room, didn't I? Maybe I should have done that. I completely just drafted the chapel. It's probably going to be fine because the fact that we, it's funny, the chapel did give us like the tithe money that we're going to use here. But this is buffing our tomato soup. So the additional red room there is fine. Okay, let's open our trunk. Because we got a sledgehammer, we got all kinds of items today, and we get a little bit of everything. Nice. Okay, so I don't feel nearly as bad about spending those 2 gems now. Cool. Now, let's examine the note that I wanted to check out here. Denoted in verse. Is there, in fact, anything special about this treble clef? It is looking like probably not. I actually cannot see. Okay, I thought maybe there might be like, ooh, there's some special writing in between the treble clef lines. But it doesn't look like it. So is this just a reference to... what does denoted in verse mean? There was also a note in her ladyship's chamber, wasn't there? Going to check my notes to, I think, remind myself of... Her ladyship's chamber had... It wasn't a bass clef, but I remember it being like a similar sketch to this. What was it? Does it never end? That's what it was. It was this spiral. The spiral that goes around. I would like to take another look at that with a magnifying glass. I would also love to get a frickin' diary key. Because that's a big thing. We need to unlock her ladyship's diary. And do some snooping into what was going on with her ladyship. The music sheets are definitely something that at this point I have kind of filed away under. I've done that already because the goal of the music sheets was to point you to the conservatory. But we should maybe not assume that all is done with the music sheets. Maybe just give every once in a while a reperusal, especially when you have a magnifying glass. Be 100% sure. Let's see if the drawing room is unlocked. Or actually, we'll take one more look around the drawing room. But this is like the 3rd time I've looked because there supposedly is an item in here, but I think it's just pointing at the actual safe. Because there's probably at least a gem in there. Maybe there's something more than that, but if it follows the pattern, there's a red letter and a gem. So, okay. We'll see if this door is unlocked. So it is, and there's a greenhouse. You got to point at the greenhouse, don't you? I was gonna say, okay, so this thing, like, it has several different animations, and it will debate you initially, like, ooh, but the guy's bedroom has an item, right? Like, it's got 2 dice, and you want to see that, but I also want to do a greenhouse draft. I really want to do, we're kind of doing a red draft as well, so a red-green, we're going back to Gruel, folks, for the Magic fans in the audience. I like getting the greenhouse here, I think, but we do need to steer ourselves back to the wings. But we can do that with the through the weight room. I would love to get a terrace. That would be the next check. Like getting the greenhouse followed by the terrace. That's kind of my my ideal ordering here. Now that might mean if we draft through the rest of rank 3 that we might cut off our chance at Her Ladyship's chamber. But I would probably settle for that. I'm going to go with the greenhouse though. And this probably gets us a watering can, but it could also be a metal detector. What does it get us? A watering can. Cool. So we get our gems, and we have a kitchen where we can refill the watering can. Ooh, baby, man, I wish I had. We're actually getting so many gems today. I kind of wish that we had the schoolhouse. I need to do the schoolhouse draft at some point. Oh, and I guess we also picked a spot on which the greenhouse gives us more gems as well. We picked a more soil-rich portion of the East Wing, so that's nice. Anything that we've missed in Denny's logbook? She loves me not. She loves me not. Just checking each of these sketches in the logbook here to see if there is anything that's hidden. It does make me wonder, rereading this bit about the fact that there's an office, the Baron's private office, on the 10th rank, where the staff contracts are kept. It certainly feels like this is something we're meant to reach, because there's also the staff contracts are mentioned in the break room. Although, what does it say in the break room? It says that the staff contracts are no longer kept at the 10th rank. Am I putting something together here on the fly? Am I having a realization about the fact that maybe we're actually not going to rank 10? Staff contracts are no longer kept on the highest rank. Where would the staff contracts be then? So I was thinking, I was like, does this mean that I actually want to go back to room 46 because maybe something different happens the second time you get there? You don't just get the same cutscene again that you got when you reach credits? Is it possible that we would want to go back there and somehow reach the 10th rank and explore the Baron's private office? We could still try it. Like if we have nothing else that we want to do in a day and we somehow have the ability to get to room 46, maybe that's a thing that we try just for science. But also the note in the break room does now seem to suggest that, okay, that's actually not something. Don't try to get to rank 10 like it says in Denny's logbook, because they're not actually, those employee contracts are not even kept there anymore. But I still, even with that, don't even know what the contracts are for. Why would we want to access the employee contracts? Don't know why we would want to do that yet. And then, of course, we still have this secret chamber in one of the outer rooms. I wonder if maybe it's the tomb, because there is, I'm pretty sure there are candles in the tomb that can be lit using the burning glass. And maybe that opens a way to this secret chamber mentioned in Denny's logbook. And another fun detail that I had not picked up on, and maybe would never have picked up on, but my brother had noticed, apparently the inner sanctum, it's shaped like the moon. The rogue moon symbol is here as you walk through the inner sanctum, which I thought was a neat touch that I totally didn't see before. These cutout letters as well, I haven't thought too much of them, other than I think it was, I had this idea, like it's one of these things that you see from a movie or a TV show where the kidnapper has put together a ransom note in order to disguise or not use their handwriting. They put together the clippings of all these letters, and that's what this suggested to me with the tape nearby. And then there's also an envelope, some sort of correspondence over here. Oh, dude, I had not noticed this detail before. Correspondence envelopes that are red. I totally had not seen that until just now, but now it makes total sense because of what we found last time in those two safes. It seems very clear that the one sending the red letters is Denny Ravain. And just like a good blackmailer would do, blackmailer, kidnapper, ransom, briber. What is somebody who, well, blackmail. You blackmail for ransom and stuff like that, and kidnap and whatever. He has been threatening and blackmailing the. He's the one sending the red letters. It makes total sense now. So while there was nothing to explicitly see here with the magnifying glass, the inner magnifying glass in my brain finally clued into some new detail that I'd missed. Let's go ahead and spend the extra couple steps here to get our watering can. It's a little funky that you have to do that here. You can't just use the watering can right away when you pick it up in the greenhouse, but that's fine. I don't remember if I had noted this before, but we see the Fen-Aries sigil here on the birth certificate for Mary Matthew Epson, which may or may not be an accurate birth certificate, but it does have, it has a date, January 22nd, which I think I made note of as one of the ones to try on the safes, and I don't think it did. I think I did try it on a few already, with no luck, of course, because it's in the archives. There's something else, though, that's important about this birth certificate, right? There's got to be something. Because of the fact that the security room has that camera that overlooks the, okay, that is so weird. I don't know if you can, I'm gonna have to zoom in on this, but the sigil from the birth certificate is actually, oh my god, it's floating. There's some, I don't know if it's not Z fighting, but it's like, it's not completely actually stamped on the birth certificate. Okay, it's a weird little detail that my cat laser brain just saw there for the first time, but moving right along, we have managed to pick up a magnifying glass from the archives, which I think we've already looked at were there all these books here before? Were these books all here previously? I don't remember there being so many books on this desk, but maybe I just don't remember. But I feel like I've looked at this. I've looked at these now with the magnifying glass on a couple different occasions. These newspaper clippings. That's right, and I made a joke about like where's Waldo for the picture here after the Royal Crown heist. Yeah, I don't think there's any additional information in the archives that I am missing, but I've been confident about that with other rooms and been very wrong. This eighth angel. The eighth angel points to our dreams. The eighth angel points to our dreams. I'm looking at this note again now in the weight room and reminding myself, I think before I had thought that this was going to be something about the chapel. I don't know when I got that idea, but there's some book somewhere that talks about the eight angels that are portrayed in the chapel. But one of them, I think, is behind now where the piggy bank has raised up. But I thought maybe that's what we were going to do with the candles. I thought the candles might reveal the eighth angel, and that was going to be related to this note. I wonder now, is this talking about the tomb? The fact that the eighth angel is Draxus, correct? The eighth angel is Draxus. But Draxus in the tomb is actually down in the catacombs. Draxus isn't actually in the tomb, is he? It's the other 7 angels. Okay, getting off. It does show the catacombs here, and here's where Draxus is. Draxus points to our dreams. The 8th angel points to our dreams. I guess I'm presuming all the numbered angels in the chapel are numbered 1 through 7, and none of them are Draxus. So I'm making the leap there that the 8th angel must be Draxus. Maybe I'm wrong about that, or maybe I don't know what that note means about the angel the 8th angel pointing to our dreams. One way or the other, let's keep our draft going here before I get sidetracked too much. Okay, one thing that I forgot, did I forget about it, or did I... Where did we pick up the lockpick kit? The lockpick kit, I don't remember where we got it, but we could have maybe taken the Great Hall sooner. Excuse me. Clearing my throat here. The Great Hall does react. The doors there do react to the lockpick kit, so we can take our chances with that room, and get ourselves. Or I think we could probably take this room here as the passageway if we wanted to. Do I want to take the passageway? Am I that much in the market to continue? We've still got 2 ways with the weight room and the archives to continue the ducts system if we want to do that, like try to get a furnace online somewhere in the house. We would be buffing our red soup, tomato soup, and also maybe hopefully getting a freezer to interact with that at some point. So I think this is probably a passageway here. I don't think we have to spend 2 gems to get that. When we have a lockpick kit, the Great Hall here is actually okay-ish, I think. It's still only, you know, a 50-50 shot. You're still on average probably spending 3 to 4 keys if you open every single door. And we don't have a metal detector to tell us what door might have an item behind it that we would want to open, because I'm not really interested in opening all the doors necessarily. But I suppose if we somehow end up drafting a foyer, it will then confirm for me that that interaction does actually work the other way around, like I think I saw my brother doing on his recording. But I do want to get to the West Wing. I want a door guaranteed that goes to the West Wing, because I want to be able to take a shot at getting a terrace and get a real good green draft going. So let's go ahead and also the dowsing rod is pointing the way. Have we skipped a single dowsing rod room yet? Great Hall, I think it is. And then, will we go to get the item in there? I don't think so, because it's probably pointing at either gems or keys or coins that are hidden behind one of these doors. So we'll take the Great Hall, and then we're going to make a pit stop at the workshop to see if we... Oh, there's actually a trunk there. Holy shit. Should I check the trunk? I don't think the trunk is going to have anything that I'm going to want to... I want to spend the extra couple steps here, and I even get lucky with a shoe proc. The running shoes save me a step here, but I wanted to look and see, can I craft anything now that I have picked up some additional items? Doesn't look like the lockpick kit still... It doesn't combine with any of the stuff that we've got so far. Did we have the broken lever already to try with that? We know what the magnifying glass does now. We know it's not going to go with any of these. So I guess I didn't get too much new information. So, okay. But that's fine. It's just a couple steps. And eventually, another fun interaction we're going to get to do here is eventually when our watering can runs out, we're going to be able to refill it at the kitchen. So that's cool. All right, let's keep going here, and we will draft, or we'll go through the Great Hall to at least get this trunk, because we got a sledgehammer. Look at those coins. Awesome. Gimme coins. And now we can go ahead and just try our lockpick kit on all these doors. And sometimes we'll get lucky and we'll find a dead end, which at least tells us where one of the dead ends is. So it at least gives us some information, even in the cases where the lockpick kit don't work. 1 out of 3 so far that has... I feel like it's around a 50-50 shot, but we're running a little bit below that so far. Ooh, we are running really below that. Jesus Christ. Are these extra hard to pick locks or what? Okay, we got 2 out of 6. And this does... Fortunately, one of them was the door that goes into rank 4, if we want that one. So we've got that to draft. Let's see if it works on the door to rank... Oh my god, really? So I am going to have to spend one of my keys here to get to the West Wing. But I think I'll do that, or I just go through the unlocked door first to rank 4, because maybe that'll elbow me around, and I might get, who knows, additional shots at like her... But the thing is, I want to go into rank... I want to go into the West Wing from the right in order to get a terrace. That's the whole reason I got the Great Hall here, to give me a shot at drafting the terrace. So I will spend one of my keys in this instance. Let's do it. I could have... Oh, there's a patio. Well, that's perfect, is it not? Wait, there's an item in the West Wing Hall? Are you serious? There's an item in the West Wing Hall. That's throwing me for a loop. What? An item in the West Wing Hall. I was going to slam dunk the patio because that gives us a shot at drafting her ladyship's chamber. And presumably it would have items for us to get, but apparently the items are in the West Wing Hall today. It's got to be just like a couple coins or something, doesn't it? But this is where I think I'm going to roll with the dowsing rod. Well, because we only have the 2 green rooms so far. This is really not the most amazing patio in the world. So saving the patio for when we've got more green synergy online is probably better. And then yeah, we get to see what's in the West Wing Hall. I'm so curious now to see what this is. We don't have our experiment online yet, which is a little unfortunate. But we just haven't really been offered. We had the one shot at the laboratory that maybe I should have taken, but I decided to take a den instead. But otherwise, we haven't really been offered mechanical rooms at all. I wonder if that has anything to do with the dowsing rod. Let's take the West Wing Hall, though. I am so interested to see what's the item here. There are 2 dice. What? I have to feel... I have to think... I have to feel... I definitely feel and am thinking that this... The symbols on the dice, are these... Those are normally there. Okay. Some of the horns, I guess. Maybe I hadn't noticed the horns before, and I thought those looked different for some reason. They're regular old ivory dice, which is good. But I don't remember ever seeing an item in the West Wing Hall before. I feel like that has to be influenced by the dowsing rod. The dowsing rod is not just pointing the way toward items, is it? It's also kind of, it's influencing the probabilities that an item will show up in a particular room. I could be wrong about that because it's probably just my brain trying to make sense of randomness, because that's what the brain does. The brain tries to cope with otherwise just chaotic and random bullshit. And that's what I'm doing right now. It's just cope. It's always just cope. Okay. Her ladyship's chamber? Not this time, but we could take a veranda. That's got to have the item, right? So the veranda is one of those rooms that I'm kind of okay with taking over a terrace first, because then we're sort of buffing, I guess, the chance of finding stuff in a terrace. So I'll take the veranda here and get that buff online for finding even more items in green rooms. Let's do it. I think the other option here would be re-rolling, I think. I'm not super interested in taking a pantry over a veranda, and certainly not gambling at what is probably not her ladyship's chamber. I want to say that given the rarity sorting, her ladyship's chamber would be to the right of the pantry. So the only thing I would do here would be taking a redraw. But her ladyship's chamber is still a rare, and I'm not going to redraw for a rare. So veranda it is, especially when I don't have a key to get into her ladyship's diary. Like, we're just taking it as like, oh, I would get like another spyglass telescope, which would be cool, I guess, but it would get me another 5 gems, which is never a bad thing. All right, there's our key to replace the one we had to spend in the Great Hall, and we get a gem and some coins. Good stuff. The extra items. Wait a second, there's a metal detector here too. Yo, that was what I wanted. I was a little disappointed that there was a trunk, but we got both a trunk and a metal detector. What the fuck? Because now is when I really want to go back to the workshop and see what do we make with a metal detector. Metal detector plus lockpick kit? I feel like the lockpick kit's going to go with something else. Metal detector plus... What actually can't... The metal detector does 3 things, right? We've done the shovel plus metal detector. And then what else? Wait a minute. Now I'm having to remind myself here. It does say 3 contraptions. Why don't we go back and find out? We're down to 37 steps, but at some point we're going to go to the kitchen and buy tomato soup. The question is, do I just beeline back to the workshop, or do I try to draft? I think I might just try to... Let's actually beeline to the workshop. I want to make items today. I want to make contraptions. And we got running shoes. And we've also got a sleeping mask. We're going to make these steps back at some point. Ooh, and I have a metal detector to now tell me which door has shit behind it. In the Great Hall. Is it on this side? It seems like it's that door. What is it? It's not this door, right? No, it's colder. It's this door here. Do I use my key to open this door? We can try the lockpick kit again, but I don't think it, like, re-rolls the lock. Once you try with the lockpick kit and it fails, I think it's always going to fail. Can't say that definitively, though. Do I use a key here, though, to get whatever... It's probably just some more coins. Or another key. And I don't think I want to make that trade. I'll log that away, like if we're somehow desperate for coins, I guess. We might come back to that. But I really want to make more contraptions. That's the number one thing that I want to do. So now that we have a metal detector, what does that get us? It does combine with the lockpick kit. It does. Anything else? The magnifying glass? Of course, that we did that last time. That's right, of course. That was the burning glass. We did the burning glass. And I kind of want to do the burning glass again, but the only place that I really know to use it is it's really through the tomb. The tomb, which then gets us through the catacombs, which gets us into the abandoned mine. And both of those places, the tomb and the abandoned mine, have, I think, these candlesticks. The special ones that are lit up. And I can't access that unless I drain the fountain. Because I don't have the tomb today, so I would have to drain the fountain to get in there. And then I wouldn't get into the tomb, would I? If I don't have the tomb drafted, I can't access it through the catacombs, can I? Don't tell me, of course. But that wondering is there. That question is there in my mind. I would need the pump room. We don't even have the pool yet. So we make a new one here. A pick sound amplifier. Okay. It sounds like it really makes a juiced up lockpick kit. But I don't know for sure exactly what it does. So that's why we make new things, because we find these out. Let's make a new thing. New stuff. We have a common workshop finally that we can do these things with. What do we got here? I have to pick it up. I have to pick it up to find... That looks so funky. These contraptions are just hilarious. The pick sound amplifier. Greater chance of picking high sensitivity locks. Okay, that's really all it is. So it really is just a juiced up lockpick kit. It kind of means that we're probably losing our metal detector, doesn't it? I'm guessing. We didn't lose it before. When we made the metal detector shovel, we kind of got both things. And that felt really good. Now these new contraptions are cool, but it's also a little bit of just a little bit of a feels bad that it does seem like you're losing. It's not necessarily a strict upside. It seems like in most cases, you're actually, it's a trade-off, a very significant trade-off, that you're losing a magnifying glass or you're losing a metal detector in order to make this new functionality. So, decisions to be made. But when you're making new stuff, the decision is a lot more fun and a lot easier. So now we could go back and try to pick those doors in the Great Hall. Why don't we do that just for fun? The one that we know that has stuff behind it is this guy, right? So the metal detector doesn't work anymore, but pick sound amplifier is online. Oh, shit. And sure enough, there was both a key and coins. Lovely. So we should be able to get through basically any door. We'll see what the rare... Oh, man. Okay, yeah, this is... Oh, we can open the antechamber. I forgot. That exists here in the Great Hall. I maybe should leave one door locked. Let's leave this one locked, because we know that this leads to a door that's actually just a dead end into the observatory wall. So if for some reason we get a foyer, we'll be able to come back here and test out whether that interaction works the way that we think it does. But it looks like, man, the pick sound amplifier, is this just like 100%? Do you not need keys anymore? Obviously, if you didn't have a key card doors would be a problem, but maybe you don't need keys anymore. Let's actually draft here in the Great Hall then, since we're here. Let's see about taking another shot at a terrace if we can help it. Let's see what is offered here. And the dowsing rod takes a reading nook, which is, well, I think what we're finding is that it's not actually pointing to the key that's in the reading nook. It's pointing at the presence of another item. And we know the reading nook does have, it can have things like the coin purse, I think, or the coupon book. One of those we found in the reading nook before. But if we take this here, that's one less shot we have at the terrace. But do I take it anyways because I say to myself, I want what's in the reading nook? Another thing to wonder about, and maybe this is a reason to do some science, is to wait to draft the reading nook and see when you draw it a second time somewhere else, does the dowsing rod point to it again? Is the item that shows up in the reading nook, is that a guaranteed thing that's supposed to happen today, or does that get redrawn? Anytime you do a draw or you take a sample, does that get resampled? The probability of there being an item in any given room is maybe an operation that happens right at sampling time. Each time. It's not a set in stone thing until you finally actually look inside the box. I might just test that out because I don't really want to put a library here. I don't know why would I not want to put a library here? Just because the library could angle into the weight room and we don't actually get to take advantage of the library coming out of the reading nook. I kind of want to have a little bit more open space. And I also want to be able to draft a terrace. We're missing out on so many potential. This would have been our hallway experiment that we never got going yesterday. We could have had so many coins by now by putting together the hallways here. Back to back to back. The hallway, though, is good enough for me here. I'm going to settle for the hallway and take my shot at another terrace. Get my key first. Terrace, 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 terrace. Ooh, a solarium. I'm guessing the dowsing rod's going to point at that solarium. Okay. Unusual and rare rooms are now more likely to show up on a day when we have the Southern Cross. So the Chamber of Mirrors, one of our stretch goals, is a lot more likely. A freezer is also more likely. So I think we do take the solarium here. And we can always go around to the foundation and try to draft a terrace there. Although I don't know that I would do that right this second. I'm not sure if I would go that far, but I do want to take a solarium, I think. We also have a secret garden key. I have to remember that's here as a way for us to get steps. I think I like the sound of a solarium, though. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We may just draft naturally up here to the foundation, right? We may naturally get our way in without having to go all the way around outside. But ultimately, with running shoes and the way that they seem, the way it seems that they act on the grounds and underground basement, anything that's not in the house, it almost is guaranteed to give you your steps back. So it might even be, there's a world where maybe if you're here at the entrance hall, it's actually cheaper to go all the way around and ride the elevator than to go from rank 1 to rank 5 directly through the house. Okay, let's check the solarium and see what is got for us. There is a coin purse here. We know this is another one that we're supposed to make a contraption with. The issue is that we've made several contraptions already. We've made a pick sound amplifier and a dowsing rod. So some of these components that the coin purse might need may already have been consumed. We'll find out soon enough. And it is a little sad with all these green rooms that we're finding. There's so many dig sites that are getting left behind. You just can't have it all, apparently, in blueprints. You just can't have it all. I think I will go back to the weight room in order to draft the next room because we get the buff from the duct system, and I would like to get the laboratory or the security room or the passageway. First of all, to get more doors, but also to get our experiment online. Although it is getting a little bit late now to start that. But let's do that. And if we're doing that, we may as well spend the extra steps. Although, will I do that at this point? I do want to refill my watering can as well. So, would it actually be smart of me to go down to the kitchen and just settle for getting the tomato soup now? Get tomato soup now out of the way. One way or the other, let's actually do... We will check the workshop, though, because we know that the coin purse is supposed to be used for something. So let's just see if anything that we have makes sense with it. Does not. Okay. So, who knows? Could be the metal detector. But now we've used all the things, I think, for the metal detector. So it's not the metal detector. We've done those three contraptions. We have now used the compass, correct? What did we make with the compass before? I'm having to learn these new things. The dowsing rod. So that's one of the compass contraptions. But there's at least one other one. We actually saw one, didn't we? Did we not see... Let me see if I can find it here. It's a battery pack plus compass that makes an electromagnet, which we have not made yet. I guess I held on... I don't know, why did I not make that? When I had the chance? Why did I not do that? Because I was using the battery for something else, I guess. So we know the two contraptions that the compass makes. We know the magnifying glass. We know the sledgehammer. We know the lockpick kit. I think we know the broken lever as well, even though we haven't made the jackhammer. But it's the power hammer and the jackhammer. The shovel is made... We did the one today. We did the dowsing rod. We've done the detector shovel. Maybe it's... Oh, and also the jackhammer. So it must be the battery pack. The battery pack gets used for... It gets used for... Wait a second. Maybe I don't know what goes with the coin purse then, because I think we might have used everything else. I need to go through a little bit more systematically maybe and figure out exactly what we've made with what. But I wonder if the coin purse gets combined with the mystery component that we haven't figured out yet what goes with it. I'm going to fill up the watering can, just because we can fill up the watering can. That's a new interaction that we've never done before. I guess I just turned the faucet, and there we go. Refill the can. Boom. Yeah, give me that. And we don't leave a running faucet, because who would do that? And, okay, cool. I'm not going to buy the tomato soup yet, because I'm a greedy bastard. We're going to wait, because it's right here at the entrance hall. So at some point, we can hop down the Foundation elevator and come around to the entrance hall and grab our tomato soup after we've drafted a furnace and all the other fun red rooms. Maybe even we throw a laboratory in there. Who knows? Do I even do that now? Do I even say that I go to the Foundation now to get the terrace ASAP? Take another stab at the terrace directly from the Foundation? I don't think so. I'm going to continue my plan of filling up from the weight room. We go from the weight room and see how the duct system plays out for us. We're getting a little bit low on steps, but it should be fine. Reading nook plus parlor plus something. A one gem stand, actually common. That is a good thing about having the security doors here when you've got an archive floor plan. So a gem at common. Let me peek at my spreadsheet. I guess it's probably... Oh, it could be the laboratory. A gem at common, and it could also be security. So both security and laboratory would actually show up here because they're both common now. So I think we actually take the archive floor plan because of the reasons stated before. I just want to get either security or laboratory online so we can start doing laboratory experiments now. They might not be oriented the way that I want, but we're not desperate for gems. I don't want to put a reading nook here. We're not desperate for keys either. I'm going to take the chance with the Gamba option, even though it could be a nursery, but I feel like the duct system really gives me a strong chance that this is what I want. So this is where we Gamba. even though the divining rod did not point in that direction, that would have been one reason to take the parlor. We did the divining rod, the dowsing rod. That's what the IRL item is called, right? The divining rod. And that's what they would use to look for water, I'm pretty sure. Okay, security actually even points into rank 5 like I was hoping it would. So that's cool, which means we might draft out of the archives to potentially give ourselves a, well, anything we want that's still connected to the duct system, but a furnace would be okay there. But before I do anything else, we are going to do the security business. Do it now. Do it now. Security. You must respect my security. There is one gem in the house. Huh? There's a gem somewhere. Did I pick up the gem in the den? Did I somehow leave the... Or is this... This wouldn't be the... I don't think it detects the gem that's in the safe, presumably in the drawing room. I don't think that's how it works. I feel like maybe I didn't pick up the thing in the den. I'm going to quickly check my footage and remind myself rather than spending the steps. Because now we got to be a little conscious of steps. No, I picked up the gem in the den. I did get that. So what did I miss? Where was there a gem? Was there really one in the Great Hall that I didn't get? Or was there one on the table in the veranda? I've got 6 gems, so I'm doing okay. But I do need to, and we got a watering can, right? We got a watering can that we can refill. So I don't need to be scouring the house for a single gem. Well, but that does annoy me that that's laying out there somewhere. Keycard settings, let's do high, like we love to do. And we love to get high. And we don't need to change the offline mode, but we do want to log in to do experiments. Experiments, the best part of the day. Why did I exit? The best part of the day is experiments. And I love that we have to put in the password, but we don't have to deal with the modem because we are not fully disconnected. Okay, it's just a lock screen. Data transfers, we'll just double check this. Yeah, not currently available. And, oh, right. The special order. Do we just keep putting in a special order for magnifying glass? I think so. I think we do it because we need to examine things. Until further notice, special orders shall always be magnifying glass. There we go. We've made one of the brass compass. There's 2 brass compass things, right? The electromagnet's the other one. So eventually we'll get our hands on a compass again and make the other one. But yeah, approve this order. Good, good, good. Staff services, are those still... Schedule change is also... None of this is different, correct? Punch in, punch out. All of this stuff is disabled. No changes to any of that. Just double checking some stuff here. And we do the remote terminal access now. Give me that laboratory. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Still have to put up with the the modem getting us the remote terminal access, but we live with it. Okay, experiment. Do we want to check our research logs? Let's check this real quick and see. Our most successful experiment so far was the, oh yeah, the ones where we had all the letters delivered to the mailroom. So that was a lot of fun. Otherwise, I would say most of our experiments have kind of, I don't know, most of them have felt like they have not got off the ground. There's been a few real winners. And actually we got the last experiment to trigger mostly because of our Tinkerer buff. So that's what we leaned on that one pretty heavily. So we'll see what we get today. Gamba, new role. All right, effects first. Gain 3 gold for each red room in your house. Did that last time, but could be decent today. We've already got 3 red rooms. Spread dirt on the driveway. Not great when you don't have a shovel. Set your steps to 40. Ooh, okay, that could be fun if we didn't have enough steps already. Never have to worry about steps again. All right, for each bedroom you draft after your second. We have 0 bedrooms so far, I think. Whenever you draft a shop room, that could be interesting. We've only drafted the kitchen so far. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, that one we know from experience. Just checking now, that was our mailroom trigger to get all those letters from Randolph. That one happens all the time. We could probably get so much gold by doing this and doing this. And then we really hope for a freezer. Or a showroom. Or some new shop. There's one shop we haven't drafted yet, and who knows what expensive items might await us in that shop. This feels like the one that we would get the most triggers off of. It feels like that would be the correct way to go. And we certainly want to get more red rooms because there's a tomato soup waiting for us. Yeah, I think this one is actually just a slam dunk. I think it makes way too much sense to do this one. We just got to find a way to spend the gold. That's the only thing. We need a gold sink. May or may not get that as the loud-ass motorcycle drives by my house, which maybe you can't hear, but that certainly was loud enough where I feel like some of that had to come through the microphone as I was talking. So let's start the experiment, though. Experiment going with loud-ass Roadhog ringing in my ear in the background. All right. Security duties have been completed. What now? Let's just go ahead and draft through security. It's the door that's right here. I really don't want there to be a furnace here. I do want a furnace, but I don't want it right here because I'd like to connect to the foundation. Which is why I should never say these things out loud, because this is exactly when the game decides to give you a furnace. Why do I do this to myself? Why am I like this? We're going with a divining rod here. We're not going to be continuing the... Well, maybe we are continuing the duct system. Maybe it's being continued here. We don't need to worry about the... I mean, I do want a furnace. And this would certainly make the tomato soup more palatable if we go back, if we just say, hey, we're going to turn around here and we're going to, you know, draft through the archives and get whatever happens there, and then eventually go back to the kitchen and get ourselves some tomato soup and come back to the foundation. This wouldn't be the worst furnace, but at the same time, the dowsing rod, I almost said the drowsy rod. This game just boils my brain. We might get the boiler room soon, and my brain is already going to be boiled, even before we've gotten either the boiler room or the furnace. So, what do we want? Do we want more items? Is this a green room here that's being offered to us? Probably not. A green room here would cost us gems, almost certainly, because we haven't gotten the terrace yet. I am tempted, though, to go with follow the wisdom of the dowsing rod, because that is the only room that has a chance to connect to the foundation directly through security. The other option is we redraw. We take we use a die here and we try to get the passageway or the boiler room or something that would be a little bit kinder in terms of opening up the house. I think I will use a redraw. I don't want to shoot in the dark here. Not at this spot. I kind of want to get a little bit better selection. I think we can do better. Let's redraw. Okay, I suppose we'll settle for a cloister here. It doesn't continue the duct system, but it keeps our options all open. We don't get the value theoretically from having a terrace first, but we do proc our experiments. So we're trading gems for 9 coins in this case. The other option would be to just take the pantry, take your coins, save your gems, and you still connect to the foundation and you can get the terrace through there. Maybe you can get the terrace through there before you get the cloister. But the cloister gives us two chances to add to our allowance by drafting some shops. And I think I like that. I think I like it. We'll take the cloister. It is 3 gems, but we should be getting more gems back. We're going to get more gems back immediately. I forgot we have a coin purse. Oh shit, this experiment's even better than I thought. Forgot we had a coin purse, but we have a watering can as well. So one of those gems is going to get refunded ASAP. Let me just recheck the watering can here. That's why it says, the first time you enter each green room. Now I understand why that stipulation is there, because this thing is refillable. Boom. Okay, from here, I think I am going to backtrack a bit. This is where we're going to take one stab at, we're not going to go into the cloister just yet. We know there's an item in there, and we also know there's a security door across the way. theoretically there's an item to be found, but I'm not going to go there because what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go to the archives, and we're going to draft this room, and I'm going to try to get a furnace here. Now that I'm asking for it, now that I want it, the game will be like, nope. Nope, I'm going to give you a passageway. But I would like to get a furnace as our 4th red room, and then I think that's where we go back and we get the tomato soup from the kitchen. I think. I don't know. Let's just draft the archives and see what this gives us. Let's just see what it gives us. Okay. All right. It is pointing us to a Geist. The dowsing rod is pointing us to a Geist bedroom, supposedly because it actually has dice in it. It's not a bad room here. I was hoping to take a dead end. But also, if there is a furnace here, it's probably behind this floor plan. And this is maybe where I take the shot in the dark. I'm not spending gems, and the furnace doesn't cost gems, right? So this is where the furnace would be, and I think that's what I'm gonna... I'm not desperate for the 2 dice. I'm not desperate enough for the dice and the steps that we would get from our sleeping mask, but this also gets us steps from the tomato soup that we could have access to. So I'm gonna take the Gamba option here, and see if we get a furnace. See if it gives it to me. Yo! This is a study. It gave us the study? That's huge, because I really wanted to get back to the study, and we have a magnifying glass, which may or may not be huge. But, okay, that completely threw me off. The study doesn't cost gems. I don't know how useful this effect is going to be for us, because we're not exactly drowning in gems like we were yesterday. Would have loved to have carried those gems over from a freezer, but I mean, we're going to check the study here. We're going to check it, because I have to recheck this place. We've only been here once, and there's a trunk as well. How come the dowsing rod was not pointing at this thing? How in the world was it not? We really need a gold sink. We're not going to get a laundry room, at least not very easily, from the duct system. Until we get a boiler room, right? If we get offered a boiler room just naturally, then the duct system could be back online. And so we might still get a laundry room. Could do some fun stuff with a laundry room. But we're back in the study. So now, I think this is only the 2nd time we've drafted this, right? I've drafted it 3 times. Drafted it 3 times. I thought it was only this is only the 2nd time. Okay. I wonder if we've had a magnifying glass for any of them. I certainly don't remember seeing anything important with the magnifying glass on previous occasions, if we did have it. But of course, the other big item with the study is there's a safe here. And now we are much more tuned in to the trying to put together the pieces when it comes to safe codes. Oh, wait a second. Okay. What if... I had a what if, but now I'm immediately doubting it. Because my what if was, we've got this message on the chalkboard that says unused pairings. What if somehow the unused pairings of words, those letters could be used somehow in the safe code? I'm going to make note of them here. Let me pull up a notepad and just jot these down. So we've got G from Glove and Love. We've got T from Sting and Sing. D from Proud and Crow. R from Groan and Gown. And N from Snack and Sack. None of those feel like they relate to a month of the year or a day of the week in any respect. There's no vowels in there. So that one doesn't make... That one may not be what I was thinking it was going to be, or hoping it was going to be. Yeah, okay, so... But there... Okay, I don't know if I think we did talk about this last time, didn't we? I was perusing my notes, and I saw this screenshot that I had taken of the chessboard here. The black queen, which also does happen to be the chess piece that's on the ground here next to the safe, does have date, or it's on square D8. And guess what that spells? Date. Date is spelled D8. Like every first grader who's been every first grader knows that this is why I haven't graduated out of first grade into second grade in our classroom schoolhouse days, is because I think that date is spelled D8. But I went to the study and that's what I found. So how can you blame me? We couldn't light this candle, could we? It's not one of the special candles. Could we make? We can't make. We use the it's so funny that the metal detector gets used for burning ants. I mean, lighting candles. Okay. We talked about this earlier. Supposedly this, I mean, maybe I would just do this on my own anyways. I might at some point have tried 1128 on one of the other safes. So the idea of trying 1128 on another safe is not exclusive to my conversation that I had last night with my brother. So maybe this is something that I would have naturally tried eventually when I got back here to the safe in the study. 1128 does not work on this safe. Kind of glad. I'm kind of hoping that it actually doesn't work on any other safe, because why would you do that in a game? Why would you have a code that opens up to an apple orchard and then reuse the exact same code on a whole different safe? It doesn't feel like you'd do something like that in a mislike, but you never know. So, okay, so then what is the puzzle here? If we're supposed to figure out, so far the safes that I have opened have been basically self-contained puzzles, although the lockdown in the underpass, that one, it didn't have like a room to go with it. It wasn't like there were clues in the room that led me to think, oh, May 8th. It was literally just the first month that I could spell on the lock that made sense, and I tried it. As far as I knew, there could also have been APR for April. There could have been MAR for March. So I was going to go through any of those combinations that I could find and sort of do a semi-brute force. But otherwise, in the office and in the boudoir, there have been clues that have very clearly led to a sensical date. A date that added up to using it on the safe in that room. So what in this room, though? We've got a queen on a chessboard. A black queen on a chessboard that is on the square D8. What date? Oh. A black queen. A date associated with a black queen. We know that Arindia is black. And the queen of Arindia is, what's her name? What was her name? She was previously the angel in the cloister. I'm sure I have it in my notes. Let me see if I can pull up the notes. But the problem is, as I'm thinking this through on the fly, the problem is that what date is associated with that queen? Is there actually a date on the stamp? I don't know if I have an updated screenshot of my stamp collection. But we have added that stamp. We have added it to the stamp collection, the Arinda Aries. Like, we have a magnifying glass now. I could, if I wanted, go down and to the inner sanctum and see if there is a date on that Arinda Aries stamp. I'm just going to look through my screenshots. Let me see if I've got it in my screenshots. Is the queen just named Arinda? Isn't that actually her name, is Arinda? The queen was Arinda. But is there a date on the stamp? I don't see one. I do not see a date there. Did I take a screenshot with the magnifying glass? Because what I'm thinking is the clue that they're trying to give us here, they want us to think of some date associated with Arinda, which maybe is her birthday, right? Her birthday could be the clue, but what's her birthday? Are we supposed to learn the birthday of Arinda from one of the books that we've bought in the bookshop, the history the actual unedited history of Arinda Ares. I'm going to take the time to skim through the Arinda Ares. Ooh, I have not documented the screenshots yet from the redacted version. I do have them that I can skim through here, though. Is there anything in these redacted screenshots that mentions a date associated with Queen Arinda? There was a lot of talk about King Desolates and Prince Learson, but I don't remember if Arinda was ever actually... Because wouldn't that be one of the things that would have been blanked out? They would have censored the name Arinda. I think at every turn they censored, like, the symbol of Arinda. Although the history of Arinda, the book itself, is called that, and that's not censored, so I don't know. The other option, it just so happens, it's so interesting that we are actually right here by the archives. We could try what if the Black Queen is a reference to our mother? What if it, the fact that she was, maybe she was the head of the Blackwater insurgents, maybe she was the queen, so to speak, of the heist goers, the Red Crown scallywags that absconded with the rubies. What if her birthday, which is on the birth certificate at least, isn't it September 22nd? Not September 22nd. Let me make sure I got that right. I'm not going to step in the archives. I'm just going to... Well, I have to step in the archives at some point, but I don't want to step in there just yet. Let me just look at my notes. It was... No, it was January 22nd. Oops. It was January 22nd, not February 0122. No. I'm getting the sense that the Black Queen has to be a reference to Arinda. But I just don't, off the top of my head, have a date in mind that would be associated with her. I'll search my notes for Arinda. Just look at anything. There was the Arinda Ares heist, except it's Fen Ares, but they were stealing back the crown for Arinda. So could it have been the date of the heist? That's an important date, right? And we know that was September 2nd. We could try 902. 0902. Not so much. Where else do I have Arinda in my notes? I noted the cloister used to be the Arinda statue. And then Arinda Ares sigil from the secret garden. Anywhere else? Just the mentioning of the history of Arinda Ares and the Arinda Ares stamp in the sanctum, which I don't... Maybe we need to get the library and look again at that stamp. Or when I go back, if I do take a route that takes me by the kitchen and back under the foundation, up through the foundation, then maybe we make a side path. We deviate just a little bit to go through to the take a look at that stamp. There wasn't a date on his postcard, I don't think. Now, I don't think this is not... It should be... You would think it would be something in this room. Like, we wouldn't have to go... Well, but at the same time, in order to know the name of Count Isaac Gates, we had to have drafted the foyer. So we did utilize information from a second room in the case of the office safe. We utilized additional information to be able to crack this. So it could be that some date associated with the Black Queen is going to be found somewhere else. Probably in the library. Okay, we get it really kind of out of left field lucky. I guess the solarium helps us get unusual and rare rooms. So the study is not completely a completely wild gamble option there, but a very unexpected one. And I want to figure out this safe code, of course, but I don't think I can do it at the moment. I do see one date that is mentioned in the history of Arinda Ares. It's probably a long shot. On the very next day, the 6th of October, the blank Prince Learson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. That doesn't feel like, if that's a, that doesn't feel like a very good date associated with Arinda, the day that Prince Learson declares himself a monarch, but October 6th, we'll try it. But then that's my last stab here. That felt like a very wild shot in the dark. So we need to get more information somehow. Or maybe I've read information somewhere that I've just forgotten about. The study will have to sit here for the moment. Maybe I'll have a revelation as the run progresses. But now I think is where I am going to do the thing, because we did not get the furnace, and there's no guarantee that we're going to get the furnace again at some point. I don't think there's anything we can craft. We'll check the workshop one more time here, but I don't think we've gotten anything new. Nothing new for the coin purse, and that's pretty much it. And so we will leave that be, but we will get our red soup from the kitchen, because we are actually getting a little bit dangerously low on steps. But I'm not going to wait any. I'd love to get a lot more value out of our tomato soup, but we're not going to get super greedy. We're going to take those 15 steps, and now we're going to head outside the house, get some value out of our running shoes to take us to the foundation. The running shoes especially do make this a worthwhile endeavor, it seems. So bring me that elevator. After I insert my key card, I have to do that first. Excuse me. But now we will get our foundation elevator on the way. And we now have a study online to be able to reroll even more. But we need more gems. We need a lot more gems. We did not get a parlor. Have not got a parlor yet. Perhaps we'll get a gallery, because a solarium is doing its thing. But now, while I'm here in the foundation, let's draft to the west and see. We'll take another shot at that terrace. I don't even know if a terrace is necessarily what we want at this point, having already drafted a cloister. But let's take a look. Let's see what the draft gives us. And the dowsing rod perhaps will point the way. It is going to give us a Geist bedroom here. Okay, I'm fine with a Geist bedroom because it actually does get us more steps. And we still have 3 doors to draft out of with a key card. So I don't think there's a reason to redraw here. The Geist bedroom is good enough. And we get some further intel whether the dowsing rod is actually pointing at something more than just the dice. Let's see what we get. But I think it's just going to be the dice. So far, since we've turned the guest bedroom into a Geist bedroom, the only thing that's showed up here has been dice. But that's good. Dice are good. One more way to reroll is totally fine by me. Okay. Now, we might as well just draft the other room out of the foundation. I don't see why not, because that would be another chance to point us over to the west wing. Let's see what we get here. And we get to use our sound amplifier, which is basically a guarantee. It feels like, oh, there's a chamber of mirrors. Okay. And now we have it in a spot where we could get around. If things go our way, we could get around to all 3 other doors. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, this might be... It also lets us draft second copies. I always forget the effect of the Chamber of Mirrors. It may not be a good effect. I don't know if it's a good effect here. A second Archives would actually be great, because that... Although, wait a second. How would that work? Would we have 2 of our plans for... My brain, I'm telling you. Don't even need a boiler room to get my brain cooked, because I can't talk. But would that stack the effect from the Archives? Yeah, let's take the Chamber of Mirrors, though, and we'll just have some fun with that. It's going to be fun, because we've only drafted this now for the 2nd time. And the first time, we all know how that went. Not good. Do I take the steps in? I feel like I don't, but also maybe it resets. I can't tell for sure. I think that the glass that is, it looks like it does reset. So I am going to take the step in here to go ahead and press this button because I think I can see the glass on the other side is not open. So I need to press this to bring that up. Because I think I left it open before. I'm pretty sure I did that. Oh! There's a finger over here. The fingers didn't... it's not two fingers. No Elden Ring jokes are going to make their way into today's episode. Or I guess maybe one already did. But there's, I guess, 4 fingers in this room, if you really think about it. But in this case, my wild idea that the two different, the finger sculpture in the bedroom denoting the date on the Baron's bafflers, that's what opens the safe that's pointed at in the office. That wild idea didn't pan out. So these are not necessarily related to each other. This may just be here as a way to hold the friendly top hat. Oh, there's a key over there. There's a key in that room. I was not looking, to be honest. Was the divining rod pointing at this room because there's a key in it? I didn't even think about where the divining rod was pointing because I'm like, there's only one choice here. We're going to figure out this chamber of mirrors. That is so strange, though. If it resets every day, that feels like a hassle to deal with that sort of a room. Okay, cloister. Because really, there's nowhere else to go. We have to go to the cloister. And now, we do our watering can. Forgot about that. We didn't have to fill it up, fortunately, at the kitchen. I completely forgot about it. Is there actually an extra item here? Or is the extra item that was being counted by the rod, was it simply an additional set of dig spots? Is that really all it was? I think that might have been all it was. Well, that's less exciting. Unless there's a gem laying on the garden partition here, but I don't see any. Okay, dig sites that we can't open. That's so much fun. We have rerolls to be able to make sure we get a door that goes to the Chamber of Mirrors. The ideal here is a shop that elbows into the Chamber of Mirrors. A casino even would be the best. 61 coins that I have yet to spend. Or we could just do it all again with another cloister. Or we could just do it again, guys. We just do it all over. The item apparently is in this. This is a standard rarity room. That is our Gamba option. Don't need a coat check here for sure. Do I want to spend 3 gems to take my second cloister just to make sure that I get a door to the chamber? Or is this where we spend one of our dice to try to get a cheaper option to access that chamber door? And maybe even a shop. I do have to remember that the Southern Cross is in effect. So it's probably not too likely that we're going to get a shop that actually... The shops are going to be crowded out by 4-way rooms, aren't they? Especially now that there's you're now being able to read... all the stuff you drafted so far has been put back in the pool. But that does include the kitchen, right? So we could draft a second kitchen. But if I take a cloister for 3 gems, I'm not going to be able to afford any of those shops no matter what. So I don't actually think it's the cloister here. I think this is a redraw. I don't want to take... I really want to make sure I get a door into the chamber, and I don't want to take the risk that the door's not pointing the right way, or this is a dead end. I think I redraw here. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. There's another item in the weight room. This is a risky weight room. This would be an amazing freezer, but I don't want... I want to solve the Chamber of Mirrors. If we do nothing else today, now that's become my big goal. And so, yeah, I want to freeze all these coins, but I don't want to do it yet. The freezer, we have to remember, you know, we can unfreeze stuff, but we do need access to a furnace. So, and a furnace is a lot more likely to be online now that we have another duct system room. We just lose half our steps. We go down to 13 steps. I do think it at least rounds down instead of up. But that is still 12 steps. We would be looking for a dining room, but a dining room is getting crowded out by rare rooms and 4-way rooms, so, But like I said, my main goal is to make sure we get to, if we can, all 4 sides of the Chamber of Mirrors. That's the goal. And the weight room does that. We don't need to have, necessarily, infinite steps today. And we don't have to fill out the house. We just want to get the Chamber of Mirrors. We've done already one of our big goals of making more contraptions. So that goal is already being fulfilled. And I think I want to do the weight room because of that. There is an archive floor plan here that is at... It's an unusual room for 1 gem. I don't think that narrows it down very much. 1 gem that is unusual quality could be a locksmith, could be a clock tower, could be an aquarium. Probably the most likely one is the aquarium because of the Southern Cross. But even with the aquarium, that is still a risk of not having the door pointed in the right direction. I'm going to do the weight room, and we're going to hope to get... We still have a maid's chamber that could show up that could give us steps with our sleeping mask. We have a dining room, and we have a second copy of a kitchen that could show up. So hopefully we're not... And if we do run out of steps, hopefully at least we get to do the Chamber of Mirrors. Weight room it is, and we follow the wisdom of the divining rod. While we are here, we will attempt to draft a shop. Let's see if we can get a shop from the other door and boost our allowance. Instead, we get a planetarium, or we get a spare bedroom. Spare bedroom gets us steps. That's probably the pick. It also gets us an item, apparently. So a pretty easy spare bedroom here. I think I'm not going to redraw for a shop, given what we've already discussed about the pool being a little more crowded than usual. And we still have a second chance at a cloister, theoretically. Let's take the spare bedroom and the steps and see what our item is. Art keys, huh? And a gem. Not bad. I feel like similar to the oh no, okay, I missed for a second. I thought, oh, the veranda is buffing our chance at items. That's only for green rooms. Similar to the metal detector. The metal detector feels like the dowsing rod also has a similar effect. Like, it's not just pointing you toward items, it's buffing the chance. Because when has a car keys plus gem ever shown up in any room together? Any bedroom or any room at all? Dude, we are actually about to fill up our inventory. I just realized that. Is there actually... Can you reach a state where you cannot pick up any more items? We only have... according to this screen, 1 inventory slot left. How is that supposed to work? That's funny. Should we draft? We should draft out of the spare bedroom just to see if there's a terrace or something. Or maybe a furnace. Would we take a furnace? I don't know. Let's just see what's over here. Sound amplifier, go. Ooh, it actually didn't work. So, okay, maybe I shouldn't have used the sound amplifier because maybe I'm supposed to take a secret garden. That's the way we get more steps, because I kind of forgot about the secret garden key. And there's going to be a higher chance of there being items in the green room, in a green room like the secret garden, and it also gives us a path up the east wing if we want to take it. And we would get another gem from the watering can. I think I'm actually going to save it, though. I think I'm going to save the garden key because I might want to use it up here at rank 7 on the west wing, because that would guarantee me a door or the ability to draft down to, or I could save it for the room that's right next to the Chamber of Mirrors, right? If one or the other of those is locked, we've got so many rerolls as well with the study and actual dice. I think I want to make this my focus. Let's get this goal done now. We're so low on steps, and I really want to make sure we get... Oh, I forgot there's supposed to be an item in here as well. Is there not? Did we not have the dowsing rod saying that there was something in the weight room? Am I tripping? I must be. Is there not an item here? Unless the item is supposed to be... Did I not pull the other weight room lever? I don't think I did I? I technically did not pull the other lever. to the antechamber. But, okay, I don't know what the deal is. Why was it, did the dowsing rod finally lie to me? Or have I somehow reached the limit of my inventory space? And that means that no more items can spawn. Okay, one way or the other, we are able to step into the Chamber of Mirrors and presumably open... Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, shit. That's what happens. So the, I'm honestly not sure if there are actually any mirrors in this room at all. I think there are not. I feel like the name is Okay, on the roof there are mirrors, maybe. That might be the only place in the joint that actually has mirrors. Because I think all of these are just glass. That's what makes sense to me, given... Okay, that... Let's make sure that there are no other... I totally thought it was going to open the one that was across the way, but now it makes sense. There are so many buttons in this room. Of course, it would be more complicated than just opening the pane of glass that's directly across. So this one is opening the one that's by the foundation, and that would give us access to another button without going even to any of the other doors. I don't know which is best. I don't know if we should go back, because now we're down to 14 steps. This game is going to get a little bit dicey here, or could get a little dicey. Maybe what we should do is keep drafting from the weight room first before we go back around. Let's just do that. Let's draft and see if we get access to a dining room or something else that gets steps back for us. And I will do... Like, if I have to settle for a cloister to make sure I get a door... A room that gives me lots of doors to get around the Chamber of Mirrors, I'll draft this one first. Question mark. It probably doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Let's just go here. Okay, there's a maid's chamber, but it's pointed in the wrong direction. It's pointed not the way that I want it to go. So I might redraw here. It is a wine cellar, but again, I want to get something that points me directly around to the top of the chamber. And theoretically, that would also lead over to the west wing and the left side of the chamber. The Chamber of Mirrors, that is, not the maid's chamber. This one would get us steps. Maybe I should take that. But our path to get to the other side of the chamber becomes so much more narrow. I think I have to use a die here. And I use my dice before gems, right? Because gems could be used to buy a room. It's interesting that the rod is pointing to the wine cellar. That could indicate the presence of a dig spot. Or it could be a trunk, who knows? But I don't like the fact that I just basically, unless I was able to open the other antechamber lever, the other antechamber door to the left, I have to thread this needle at rank 8 to get through to the other side. I don't want to do that. Let's redraw. There's a boiler room. We could take a boiler room, or we could take a gift shop for free and not spend any gems. Do we need a boiler room? A boiler room gives us a... It gives us another shot at the archives. The archives next to the Chamber of Mirrors. Because the archives is back in the pool thanks to the Chamber of Mirrors. And we would get to see if that archives effect does in fact stack and you get double archive folders. The other thing the boiler room could get us is the laundry room. The laundry room is what could sustain us in the steps department if the laundry room's connected to the boiler room. Not to mention it would be a good way for us to sink in our coins to make use of them. So it's probably the boiler room is the correct pick here. Let's do it. Let's take the boiler room. But before we go in, because the weight room is connected to the boiler room here, this gives us a chance. We could draft the laundry room in this direction. Is it better for me, though, to go to the boiler room first and direct the power down so I have the power running here? That would really make it a lot more likely to get a laundry room, wouldn't it? But I'm down to 13 steps. This is the dicey thing, is that I'm very, very close to running out of the steps. Unless I get a laundry room, and then I'm back in the game. Although, am I back in the game? Because don't I need, in order to do the steps business, I think I made this mistake before. The laundry room doesn't quite work that way. You have to go through, it swaps steps for gems. And right now we only have 4 gems, and I would need to like swap, I guess I would swap keys for gems, and then I would swap gems for coins. That's how I would do it. Because that would allow me, then I would have 5 gems for however many coins I have left. That would leave me with the 5 coins that I would need to swap gems for steps. I really think the laundry room is our way to is our salvation here, and the way we guarantee that we get a laundry room is by directing the power from the boiler room. So let's do that. Even though it costs us a couple extra steps, it's worth the risk in this case. Direct that power downward. And now put our ramp back in place. Oh no. Oh, that opens that door. That's something different. So now I don't want to draft the laundry room up here. That's the only thing, right? I don't want to like, I suppose, I don't know. It wouldn't be the worst thing if I did draft the laundry room above the boiler room. So I could just take one shot here to get a laundry room. I just don't want to draft the room to the left just yet. I don't want that to be... I'd like to get either the laundry room or the furnace out of the pool of options that I'm being offered by powering things. Because I'd rather get a passageway or an archives to guarantee I get that Chamber of Mirrors access. I think I will actually draft out of the north door here in the boiler room first. Like, I run the risk of being offered one of my, like, passageway or 4-way rooms that's connected to the boiler room instead. But I also, I don't know, I want to take the chance here to get the laundry room. If we can get the laundry room ASAP, then we don't have to worry about steps anymore at all. And we might even be able to, like, swap back to who knows what. I feel like this is a good chance to take the laundry room. We'll see what we get. Okay, pick sound amplifier and not, yeah, might as well go ahead and do that. It gets us both the archives and the frickin', oh my god. It did do both of the ones that I didn't want to do. So this could be our chance to see. Do we get double? While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. I feel like that's only going to do 1 folder, right? Even if you have 2 archives, it's not going to give you 2 folders. I don't think so, right? It's not going to do it like that, would it? It would never do that. It would never do that. The other option here is to spend 3 of our gems, which I don't love doing because then I can't take a passageway. You know, this is probably giving us a vault is what it's doing, because the vault seems to always show up in our runs. There's a chance it's the attic, but I don't know. The attic doesn't... It's not what I'm aiming for here. It would be good. Fine, I guess, but I don't want to... That's not what I want to do. I'm going to take the archives, and we'll get to see for science. Also, there's an item here. The divining... Follow the wisdom of the divining rod, aka dowsing rod, and that will lead you to victory. The only question then is, where are we drafting next? Because you know, maybe I should have done this first, right? I should have done the archives, gotten the archives in the passageway offered to the left of the Chamber of Mirrors. But I thought there would be, I guess this is the fact that we have the Southern Cross. I was thinking that the solarium is also in effect, and so the furnace and the laundry room are going to have just as much of a chance to show up here using the buff. You've got the Southern Cross that's competing with the solarium on that front, but I suppose the archives works with both of them because the archives is unusual, right? And maybe that's a reason for me to just take the passageway here and then save the archives for the room, try to get the archives in the room to the left of the boiler room, and then maybe get the laundry room somewhere else connected to things. I'm gonna listen to the dowsing rod though. I'm gonna trust that one way or another we'll be able to get all the doors in the Chamber of Mirrors. We've got the Southern Cross online no matter what, even if we don't get to do Even if one way or the other this is gonna work. Stop fucking overthinking it. You dingus. Just take the archives. Take the frickin' archives. The only worry is that we have given ourselves an extra burden to see what is available in the draft pool. That's the only slight risk here. Okay, I don't want to draft that door before I... What do I do first? I may want to take a step back to the wait. No, I'm gonna draft through the boiler room. Just shoot the power in that direction. Shoot the power in that direction. And even if you have two, not that way. Even if you somehow have two folders that have now been applied to your draft, the passageway will still be decipherable because it's 2 gems and it'll be lit up like a Christmas tree. Sound amplifier, go. Ooh, oh, so now I actually, Now things are a little bit, I don't want, now I might just go to the weight room or the archives because I want to swap keys for gems before I want to get the laundry room first so I can swap keys for gems and then gems for coins and then gems for steps. That's the only way I can do it. I need to have 5 keys before I get the laundry room. So I'm going to go back to the weight room and we're going to draft through there. We're going to run the power to the weight room and draft from there. We're getting dangerously close on steps, but once we get that laundry room, everything is solved. Everything is nice and wonderful. Everything is wonderful. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Oh, and we have the security door here to guide us as well, which I didn't remember until just this second. Okay. The furnace, I guess, has a key. They're giving us the furnace here, which I might take. The other option is a single gem. This is either security or it's the laboratory, which I don't really want here. A commissary, on the other hand, does get me stuff. There could be food in the commissary. Maybe I need to take a commissary here. The presence of bananas at different points in the commissary's history does make this an interesting choice. However, we know that there's supposed to be a magnifying glass on special order. So the commissary is a little bit less exciting. The other option would be to simply re-roll to try to get a laundry room, which is not a terrible idea, except we also have a chance to get just a straight up passageway. But if we get a passageway and then we draft through the passageway to the east wing, well, we could get offered a furnace. But I was thinking once you get to one of the wings, you all of a sudden are not, the Southern Cross is no longer in quite as strong of an effect because now it can't offer you the passageway anymore. But of course, I guess those rooms would be gone because we would have drafted the weight room and the archives and the passageway. So, I suppose if I take the key from the furnace, then I can draft that other room from the boiler room and not be as worried about things. So, and also it's one more dead end that's out of my, that's no longer, I really need to get a laundry room. That's what I need. I need it. I don't want to use my redraw here. I think I will settle for the furnace. And I'm just banking on getting the laundry room. Is this foolish of me? I feel like it's not super foolish because we know the buff. We've got the solarium buff and we've got the buff from the boiler room. It's just that the buff is competing with a security room that's been put back in the pool, a laboratory that's still there, and a passageway that's there on a day that the Southern Cross is there. So, but we still have the 2 doors from the archives and the door from the boiler room. I'm going to take the furnace. It also does, if we manage to get a freezer here, and maybe that's what is our fallback plan. Oh, I see there's a gem there. So now there's a gem, which is interesting. It makes me want to get that and the key now. So I could spend the extra steps. I would go down to, I think I would still be okay because I just need to get, it doesn't really matter what number of steps I get to the laundry room with. Obviously, the more the better because then that's more gems that I have. And maybe that's a reason not to step in the furnace, because I don't immediately need the key or the gem. So maybe we just wait on the furnace and come back to that, hopefully once we have a laundry room under our belt. So then the only question is, am I drafting from the boiler room next or from the archives? I think I just want to nail down that laundry room no matter what. And the best way to do that, I think, is to go through the archives and like head out through, like if I get either a passageway through the right, I want to go to the right door of the archives. That's what I want to do, because I would be okay putting a dead end there. If I completely dead end myself from the rest of the East Wing, that's fine. I just want to make sure I've got enough steps to do the Chamber of Mirrors back and forth, whatever seesaw dance this has to be. So what we do is we go to the archives. We point the, actually, well, I said that, but in my head I was thinking we turn the power from the boiler room to the archives, and then we go to the archives. That's what I meant to say. And now we draft to the east. Oh, there's an apple here. That certainly helps. I'm okay with that. I take that apple. That is amazing. I think I still, well, at least we see, I guess, if this is unlocked. It is unlocked. All right. There's a dark room being offered, but there's also a laboratory being offered, which apparently has an item. Apparently there's an item here to be had. So that's what the rod was picking up, that apple. The dark room gives us more chances at a laundry room, though. That's the thing. It gives us more chances at a laundry room. And even though it's the dark room, we can tell... Actually, we can't, can we? We can, because the laboratory costs gems and the security costs gems. So we wouldn't really be able to tell with the laundry room or with the dark room if we're getting a laundry room. But I think I want to take it because it is free and it gives us the most shots at having a laundry room. So we'll pass up on the item in the laboratory to do the dark room thing. Let's do it. And we will continue in this direction until we get either a laundry room or we're forced to tuck tail and run. Let's go down first. Let's do rank 7. Sound amplifier. Damn it. Okay. Now we go this way, and there is a secret garden still that we haven't used, a secret garden key. And maybe I should I settle for that to be the steps that I need to get around to the Chamber of Mirrors? Should that be good enough for me? Like, if this door is locked, I guess it is not a choice if it's unlocked. Okay, well, there we go. All right. The divining rod says... the divining rod actually agrees. So, hopefully this is a laundry room, but there's also a chance that it's a security or laboratory, but that would be fine, because that would give us another option, another chance at a laundry room. So we take the gem room here. That's connected to power. And we get the laundry room. Yes. All my dreams have come true. All my dreams have come true. It doesn't solve literally every problem we've ever had in this game, but man, it makes everything just fine for this moment. There's no other way for us, you know, a freezer. Obviously, if I had a freezer that I could have guaranteed would be in that situation, I would say, okay, give me the dang freezer. I'll take 77 coins into the next day. But even at that, I don't know that I would. I don't know that I would feel comfortable with that, because I still want to do this Chamber of Mirrors. And if we took a freezer there, that's in serious doubt. Now I can sleep easy. Even though we're spending literally all our coins here, it's okay. Because otherwise we're not spending them because we don't have a gold sink. So just spend the coins. Do the right thing, though. Do the right thing. Don't swap these all in the wrong order. Let me make sure here. It's wash and dry that we want first, right? So gems become... Let me think. Could I... Because I want to give myself 77 steps. It's not going to be 77, but I want to give the gems for steps. That has to be done. There's only one option that swaps for steps. So I have to do keys for gems to give myself 6 gems. It just has to be 5 because we double check this here, but I think my screenshot also told me that doing a shoe shine costs 5 gold. So I have to ultimately end up with at least 5 gold for my final run, or my final option here at the laundromat. So the first option here doesn't swap my coins, so I'm only spending the 5 coins here to swap keys for gems. And I could just do that indefinitely, right? Because I have so many coins. I could basically do that indefinitely. So that's the first order of business. And now is the more important one of swapping gems for coins, because now I'm going to be spending 5 coins and then swapping, but this is going to do what I think. This is what I want. This is going to do what I want. It would be nice to have so many gems to keep running around with, in order to just keep infinitely re-rolling until you get exactly what you want. But I'm going to go with the shoe shine here just to make sure we are safe on traversing and not exhausting ourselves. So there we go. And we still end up with 10 gems, you know? 10 gems ain't nothing to sneeze at. Okay, that feels good. Especially because I didn't screw that up. So now, what? Now that we have 67 steps, now the first thing I do is I focus on the Chamber of Mirrors. That is, above all else, now we can focus on these other rooms at some point, but I want to make sure that the Chamber of Mirrors has my full attention. I will redirect the power from the boiler room to go here. Right? So when we do, I think we will go ahead and draft this room now. Before I run back to that other pane of glass that is opened up at the bottom of the chamber, let's draft this room next. Did I use the sound amplifier before? I did, and I think I had failed. But now we get to use a regular key. Let's do it. Wow. All these doors are pointing away from the frickin' chamber. So that's a redraw. Any reason to not to save a die here? I don't think so. We just use the die. Do it. And there's our passageway. Boom. That's what I was hoping for. Everything is coming up aces, just the way I want. Just the way I planned it. Passageway it is. Boom. And we even get another experiment. We have so many red rooms now. Jesus Christ. Okay. We might still be in the market for a freezer, folks. Especially now that we have a furnace. If we drafted a freezer here, real close by, that would be perfect. I'm wondering whether where I should direct the boiler room power, but before I make that decision, I know I need to at least direct, I need to move the power back to the furnace to get the key, I think. I don't know if that's a, once you make the key in the, once you've powered up the furnace, does it stay powered up? Or do you have to redirect the power? But now that we have so many steps, we can afford to go in here and get our gem. And our key. Let that thing cool off a bit first so we don't burn ourselves. All right. And now we get to go back to the original. I think what I will do is go back to the original entrance to the Chamber of Mirrors. And now we get to press this other button and see what this opens up. It's opening up that pane over there. Okay. So we can go through and press the other button through the passageway. And that's obviously what we're going to do next. And then we'll draft from the passageway to try to get to the last door in the Chamber of Mirrors. The only question is, does having the buff from the power source in the boiler room, does that help us? It probably does, because it gives us more information, right? Now that we've drafted a laundry room, and now that we've drafted a furnace, I don't think there are any other dead ends that are connected via the duct system. So it would help us in the instance where we, I guess, you have the laboratory and the security room. So We have an archive floor plan to deal with still, and we did see that the options 2 archives does not mean 2 archive floor plans, thankfully. We want the power source, I think, from the boiler room. I think it helps us because it gives us more information. If nothing else, that's the key thing. So let's do that. Let's head back around. Oh, and of course the button in the center can be pressed now because we've accessed the passageway. We have access now to 2 buttons through the passageway. Okay, so we are starting to do things in the Chamber of Mirrors. Things are being done finally. But power from the boiler room through the passageway, I think, is a help to us. Whatever information we get has to outweigh the fact that you might crowd out. I don't know what you would crowd out. Ah, the garage is one thing we don't want. We do not want a garage. We're on the west wing, so we're already getting a buff chance at getting the garage no matter what. I think we'll still take the power source because it will tell us we might have to avoid if the archive floor plan costs a gem and the power source is pointed towards it. We might have to just avoid drafting that because the chances of getting a garage and blocking us off from the last Chamber of Mirrors entrance are too high. That might be how we have to go, but we can at least press more buttons. Oh god, it opened both of these? Whoa! Dude, the whole thing is opening up. What the hell? And so we finally get this key. And in fact, we get a second key. Whoa. I actually, did I forget to pick up the key on the other side? I don't think I need it because, you know, maybe we'll need it because of the laundry room. And actually, maybe I should do that. We have the study, though. I was just thinking of, like, swapping dice for keys. Because now there are... I totally forgot. I did not even consider the fact that there was a key on each of these tables. Okay, well, let's press the button in the center and see what happens. Whoa! That was not what I was expecting. That was not. And now... Is it... Do we actually not have any mirrors in this house in this room whatsoever? This was actually just a freaking... What? What? How does this help me? Because I can't press these buttons on the ceiling. How does this help me? Can I fool with these light bulbs at all? Or is there... Oh, these are... There are coins in here. What the hell? I don't think there's any reason not to pick up these coins, because we do have a coin purse already, so we're getting all... Oh my god. You can actually access... What the fuck? Ah! Whoa! No way. A duplicate observatory? A duplicate observatory. Are you serious? Talk about the most unexpected of things. Would you like to permanently add an additional observatory to your drafting pool? I don't think we're going to turn this down. There could be, you know, some min-maxing that some people would say, and nope, it's actually not optimal to have a second observatory. I'm going to do it. 2 observatories means twice as many stars, right? Well, if you draft 2 in one day. Twice as many chances at stars. 2 observatories? What? Why is there a second copy of the observatory? Because it's the Chamber of Mirrors. That's why. It's the Chamber of Mirrors, and so everything is doubled. It's even more than doubled. Okay, we're adding the observatory. Holy crap. Second observatory? Are you serious? And then I can access this as well. And there's another key here. So there are 3 keys. Can I get to this one? I have not opened this yet. Okay, so more buttons need to be pressed to access the third or the fourth and final cabinet. And also, I'm wondering now if I should just go... I should probably just go and swap keys for dice. Because now I already have a super awesome lockpick kit. I'm not going to need 5 keys. Because I might not even get to the rest of the house. And we already have the what's it called? The pick sound amplifier. So, so there we go. But these doors, just to confirm, I'm not getting through. There's not some... the upside down realm that we can now draft into. That is crazy, man. That is just so freaking bizarre. I love it. Is there actually a mirror here? If I press this button and I look here and I see... What actually is happening with... That is so weird. The button here is raising up to preserve or well, it doesn't really preserve the illusion of reflection. It's actually revealing the illusion. That is crazy. What a absolutely wild room. This is it's a what? Okay. It's a funny room because it doesn't seem, I mean, I haven't even begun to really think about anything other than the buttons and the items that are there to be picked up. So I haven't been thinking at all about whether this room has any intellectual merit, the overall pursuit of putting together puzzle pieces. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Not sure yet. Wait, so did I press this button? I have not. There are 2 other buttons to press, aren't there? Because I opened up these side doors. By pressing this, I opened up these side panes, side doors, side panes of glass. So now I can press this button. What does this do? That opens up that one. So now I have a straight through access to that key. And this one opens the one across from it. Okay. Have I fully... I still have not fully connected this room. And I don't know if it can... It actually can't fully connect, can it? Although I haven't pressed these buttons yet, have I? So maybe it can fully connect. And I just haven't pressed all the buttons. Oh, that closes that one. Did I press this one already? I guess I must have opened that. So I haven't pressed this one yet? Can we get all of them open? Can we actually do all the things? Oh my god. At some point I'm gonna run into a button that I have that yeah, okay, I'm closing that one. Go back, go back. I can turn it around midstream, mid-course, mid-action. I think I've pressed them all now. Because now I'm only closing stuff. Yeah, the stuff is only being closed, so we're just confirming here. But now I can walk all the way around, right? And that's all that I can do other than walking in here and accessing the top portion, which is just nuts. We've added a second observatory. I am in awe of this game because it is the best. It is the freaking best. Okay, so next, I want to head back to the laundry room and actually do 2 things. I was at least thinking of swapping keys for dice and then coming back to the Chamber of Mirrors to pick up the keys that are there, because that should give us enough, you know, when we have a sound amplifier, which is so OP, we should only need like 3 or 4 keys at max to get through the rest of the rooms in the house. So we go back to the laundry room with our steps, with our massive pile of steps, and our running shoes and everything is just amazing. But we go ahead and take care of that business first. Oh, I got the power. I forgot about the power. I'm a dingus, so I just wasted some steps. But we will still have plenty, should have plenty for what we're trying to do. So that's pointed to the right. I forgot. I gotta do that business. But I think I am also going to swap, do another swap of, because we keep getting this experiment to proc, right? We keep getting more and more coins from all these freaking red rooms that we've got. So it actually makes a lot of sense to just swap coins for gems back again. And this time we actually get to have a crap ton of gems in our possession. I don't think I'm still not going to swap stars for allowance. This is an interesting thing to think about because maybe I should do it because we do get, maybe I'll think about it if we do get a freezer, because now we can unfreeze our assets with the furnace. So there could be a world where you would say, let me swap stars for allowance. And now that I have 2 observatories, I just really start to stack up the stars. The stars just go into the stratosphere, if you will. And then we can come back. This is the thing. Well, it says permanently, though. This is the thing that I'm not sure about this, is can you come back and do this again on another day? Could you, on different days, just, you know, indefinitely swap these 2 back and forth? Because if permanently actually just means like a one-time permanent thing, then I don't think I would want to do it. I would want to keep my, because I can keep building up the stars if I'm patient. I may not have other, like I do have the cloister, theoretically unlimited ways to buff up my allowance, but that is much harder to come by than getting the observatory and buffing up your stars, building your star total. The allowance tokens are a limited one-time thing. And so I don't think, if I knew for sure if this was a one-time trade, then I definitely would not do it. But if I could be assured, but again, don't tell me, I'm just speculating out loud, but if I knew for sure that this is something I could do again on another day when I have the laundry room connected to the boiler room, then I might consider doing it. I might say, let me swap these and actually build up my stars to something like, I don't know, 50, and then bring that back to my allowance. And now my allowance is much higher than it could have been otherwise, because there's only so many allowance tokens and Cloisters of Lydia shenanigans that you can do. I'll keep thinking it over. For now, we're just going to do the die cleaning. Do that business. Is this animation skippable? Not skippable. Swap all of our keys away because we have keys that we're going to be going back for in the chamber. That is a nice little, if you are able to fully unlock the chamber like we're about to do. Wait, are we about to do it? We have done it, right? Yeah, we have fully unlocked the chamber. And now we can also do the swap for gems for coins, right? That's what we want to do, gems for coins. Gems for coins to give ourselves way more redraws with the study. So many more redraws. But the chamber is a nice little stockpile of resources once you do get it fully unlocked. So let's go grab those keys from the... We will re-grab those keys. Do we ever... We don't... I mean, we have to... We actually can't open this door because it's locked. That's in the dark room. But I think I don't want to draft this one yet anyways. I want to... Like, I could go through the archives here, I guess, because this is a key card door. Maybe I will actually draft that while I'm here, because that is potentially there. Like, I would maybe want to go for a security room here to just give myself 2 doors going up. What I'm aiming for now that we fully unlocked the chamber, I think what I'm aiming for is a freezer. I want to get the freezer furnace interaction. So I want to give myself as many chances as at a freezer as possible. Basically, as soon as we get a freezer, we're snap picking it. I just want to maximize those chances. So building up into this portion of the... It's interesting because we can actually draft through this door in the antechamber, can't we? So this is another chance at a freezer up here in the top right that I almost forgot about. We're going to have 1, 2, 3 sections of the map at least, a 4th one here, but it could be like 5 if I'm able to get security to split into 2 directions. Then I have another 2 chances instead of 1 at a freezer, and then I would have a chance here at the passageway and a chance here at the Chamber of Mirrors. So I could have 6 chances total to get a freezer, more or less, on top of all the re-rolls that I would have, dice and everything. So it's a lot more than 6 chances. I'm just trying to you know, also there's also chances at getting tomorrow rooms, right? Like I'm talking too much about this. I'm over talking and overthinking because my brain is melted like it always is at the end of a run. The thing that we're gonna do here, though, is we're gonna draft, which I should have done 5 minutes ago. Okay. Alrighty. There's a 2-gem room here. Is this giving me another passageway? This has to be another passageway, doesn't it? Because I didn't expect this. I did not expect this, but I guess the way that the chamber works is that it actually puts, even before, because the thing is, we drafted the chamber before we drafted the first passageway. And so the way that I read the text on the Chamber of Mirrors, you can now draft second copies of rooms you already have in your house. I was taking that to mean that at the moment that you draft the Chamber of Mirrors, everything that's already been drafted will now be replaced with a second copy, but not the rooms that you haven't drafted. Doesn't seem that it works that way. Because, I gotta confirm first, is this actually a passageway? There's no other duct-related room that's at common. I mean, wait, there's no common room that's at 2 gems. That's not a passageway. We just take the passageway here and we guarantee ourselves all the doors. That's what I want. I want all the doors. Oh, and we get an experiment. Dude, this draft is just... How many coins do we get now? 3 for each red room, correct? We have 7 red rooms. 21 coins at each experiment? Holy Jiminy Christmas. The 2 passageways back to back is also amazing. So yeah, so the Chamber of Mirrors is a persistent effect. So that does mean, wow, there actually is a chance to get another laundry room and another furnace, which is not what I want. So now might be the time when I turn off the power from the boiler room. The thing is, I have rerolls. I have rerolls, and the rerolls do, I think, if you have those, like, I really don't want the power. I don't want to spread the power from the boiler room anywhere else now. So I just reroll those options away if I don't get a freezer. That's essentially what happens here. It's just, it's a little tricky with the archives in play because now you don't get, I'm going to keep the power where it is, but I'm going to go pick up my keys. That's what I want to do. I want to go pick up the keys from the Chamber of Mirrors. But now that with the archives in play, it does become a little bit, the fact that you don't, we wouldn't see a freezer or we may potentially not see a freezer that shows up. So hopefully, it would be so nice to have a chronograph, right? A chronograph that lets you rewind if you don't like what you get. Where was the last one here? Wait a minute. Did these close back up? Huh? What did I do wrong here? What did I do wrong? Oh, is it because? Of course. If you raise all the glass on this portion, on the bottom portion, now the glass is all up top and it's blocking all of the mobility in the top section. What the hell? Okay, so then in that case, wow. So I can see which bookshelves I've opened. So I want to get this last unopened one over here, which means I need to press whatever buttons that will get me. That's the one. That'll do it. I'm going to take some notes when I go back to edit this episode. I will be taking notes. Maybe I'll even take some notes now before my run's over to figure out, to make note of exactly what buttons control which portions. Wait a second. What? There's a second copy of the den. What? Now I am wondering if this is a good thing or not, because it's a den and it has a gem. More gems, more better. Like, this can't be that bad, but I do wonder about, like, you know, the more commons you have, the more you're going to be crowding out those tougher to get options. But that's why you have the solarium. That's why you have the conservatory and the Southern Cross and things that give you access to the more rare rooms. Just take... I'm not going to overthink this decision. Give me another den, I guess, because this is what we're doing with the Chamber of Mirrors. Everything is like duplicated and triplicated, and it's just a little bit absurd. And now I don't remember which other... I need to go back to one of these other doors, I think, that has a... One of these other cabinets has a key in it, but I don't remember which one. I think this one had the observatory floor plan, but I don't know for sure. There's 2 duplicate floor plans. I'm also wondering now, don't tell me, are there going to be 2 duplicate floor plans every time you come to this Chamber of Mirrors? Is this a replenishable thing? What the fuck? Feels like it would be like an allowance token or an upgrade disc. But I don't know for sure. I don't freaking know. Okay, that lowered those 2. I think that's good. Because I think this is the one that has the key. Except, wait, can I get to it? Yeah. And it does have the key. Yes! Oh my god. Alright, I don't think I have to... This room is going to completely reset. Because we definitely... I'd like to think we definitely did the mist-like strat of leaving this pane up when we came here before. So this is all going to reset. It doesn't matter how I leave this. The only thing that matters is I've collected all the items. All the keys have been got. All the floor plans have been got, I think. And, okay. Now we move on with the draft. Finally, I will press this button, which will let me get over to... Or will it? I want to get over to this door over here, because this is one of our chances at a freezer. It's also a chance at a garage, but, you know, we take that risk. Oh! Okay, I forgot about the frickin'... I did forget about the secret garden. Is there ever a world where we take the secret garden? And maybe I could just take that... It really doesn't matter, I don't think. I think we just use the secret garden key. We have 38 steps still. We just use the secret garden key if our sound amplifier fails. I think that's what we do. Because I don't think it matters. All I'm searching for at this point, pretty much, is tomorrow rooms and a freezer. Mostly a freezer. So I would, like, spend at least, I don't know, 5 rerolls here to look for a freezer, I think. I'm just going to remind myself, a freezer is free, correct? Just going to double check both sets of notes here to make sure about that. It's a rare, but there is no cost. So this is not a freezer, and this is not a freezer, and I don't care about any of these rooms right now, so we just redraw. Oh, conference room. That was one of the things on my list, apparently, that I need to recheck. So I guess I will take a conference room. Okay, I'll take a conference room. That's fine. That's fine by me. I don't know that we're going to even spread anything to it, but we could spread fruit. Although, what do we need the steps for at this point? Unless there's a freezer. If we get a freezer, then all kinds of shenanigans could be on the table because of laundry room and furnace and freezer. So having spread fruit to a conference room might be a big game, depending on what happens here. So we'll take a conference room. I'm not going to spend more rerolls there because this is one place that apparently, Jesus Christ, dude, there's a... How in the world did I miss this? How in the world did I miss this? Now, as I'm... How many times, guys, did I walk past this? And my mind, because every other notepad is blank, right? Every other freaking notepad is not one that you can interact with. And so I would have at some point gone through, I don't know, 2 or 3 or 4 of these and just been like, okay, these are all blank notepads. And that's how tunnel vision works, and that's how laser focus works. You just throw that out as even a possibility, and you never freaking check. Oh, why am I like this? Why am I like this? I don't think I see any hidden magnifying glass things here. The note itself, hat tip to my brother for cueing me into this. uh, reminder, after meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. Well, I mean, that seems a little screwy because we just opened the office safe. There weren't any conference notes in there, I don't think. Were there? I don't remember there being any conference notes. Hello? Screenshot. We did not use this safe code, that's for sure. And probably never going to use that safe code. Wow. Okay, guys, we found another note that I missed before. How many things in this game have I missed? What is the heck wrong with me? I am going to go and draft from the passageway, though, because I want the information from the buff, right? I want the information from the boiler room buff to help steer me around a misleading archives, archived floor plans and whatnot. So we continue from here. And we once again use our sound amplifier. Yes, or, I mean, now that I have a conference room, guaranteeing that I get a secret garden right next to the conference room of all places is not a bad idea. It wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Just guarantee that shit. And it's super convenient because we're right next to the conference room. We just eat all the fruit. Let's do it. Let's do it because we have so many rerolls to try and get a freezer. We have the ability to make this happen. I think I do this. I don't know for sure. I never know for sure. But I think I do this. We also have the green room synergy, right? There's green room synergy here. We can do the watering can, give ourselves one more reroll. It always sounds like you've taken a step into the lavatory and caught someone in the middle of taking a piss. But I guess the other thing we can do with the secret garden, open all 3 antechamber doors, because that is something we've done before, I think, isn't it? And hell, we might even draft out of those doors. We'll see how things go here. Okay, we're still there. I don't see any. There's a dig site that we can't dig, but I don't see any extra items here, so nothing from the veranda. But there is fruit. The fruit is not on fire, because why would you roast your apples and oranges? Well, I guess roasted apples could be a thing. I don't know. Okay, but there's even more steps if we needed them. Let's go back to the passageway, and we continue the power, the power lighting the way to give us additional information. Okay, this is a reroll because none of these are freezers, correct? None of these are freezers. The only one I might consider here, I definitely don't need the garage, even though we have car keys, but the only thing that gets us realistically is a battery and maybe a silver key. So I would make a power hammer, but I've made a power hammer before and I don't know of anything I can use a power hammer on right now. So I don't want any of these. So this could be security or it could be a laboratory. So if I take this one, like it's not worth taking this one. We just redraw. It's too late in the draft to take advantage of the terrace. It's not a freezer, so we... do I ever stop redrawing? Do I ever not redraw with my dice, I should say? I just keep using the dice, because I want to have as many gems as possible for a freezer. You can't carry dice over. At least as far as I know, but there's no reason to take an aquarium. We redraw. No reason to take a library here, because it points in the wrong direction. If it pointed upward, I would slam dunk the library, because that would give me an even more elevated chance of getting a freezer, wouldn't it? But because it doesn't, I don't care about spreading gems from the patio. Even though that spreads them to the conference room, that's not a bad move. It wouldn't be the worst move here, but without a freezer, it's not exciting. It's not exciting until we actually get a freezer. I mean, do I spend all my rolls here? I mean, I want to save some of these rolls for other places, so I could just take a patio and say, all right, we still have like 4 other shots. 4 other shots at a well, actually, I could make this more than 4 shots if I... No. I was thinking of like re-rolling to get a door that goes up to the top left corner. I mean, we kind of do want to draft to the corner because of the conservatory. The conservatory does only show up in corners, and it's a green room. We would be getting the buff from the greenhouse. So we kind of do want to draft to the corners if we can help it. And maybe that's where I should be using all my re-rolls. But I still have a chance to get to the corner through the passageway. So maybe I take the patio and I just bet on the fact it's also, there's an item there apparently with the dowsing rod, but we bet on the fact that we're going to hopefully get a freezer, and we just bank as many gems as possible, because this is a crap ton of gems actually. I say crap ton, it's 6 gems. It's not like when you have 25 gems, 6 gems is just okay. I think I redraw. I think I still redraw. I really want to get either a door that goes up to the corner to get the conservatory, or to get a freezer. Those are things that I want, that I'm really interested in. The patio is just okay. The music room is also just okay. Now, this is a free room. Could be a freezer. Could be a freezer there. It's a free room, but it's archived, so it could be a lot of things. It could be a crap ton of things. The chances that it's a freezer is still a bit slim, even if we have the solarium today. I think I'm going to do another reroll here. I don't think there's a strong enough chance of this being a freezer for me to just shoot in the dark. We're going to redraw. We're going to use our last die. There's another observatory. Look at that. Maybe we take the permanent progress now. It just doesn't point us upward. It just doesn't point us up. But it does give us another star. Does that help us in any way today? Let's check the observatory worksheet here. We would go to 17 stars, and we would have the twins, the farmer's apple, and Clavis the key. We don't really need those at this point. Even though the twins, we have a sledgehammer for us. It would set us up for the slice and the sail on the following day. And maybe also Clavis the key and another Diamondus major. I don't think that's a good enough reason, though. I think I keep redrawing here, because if in the worst case, I want to, I guess, like I could take a bedroom here just to point myself up to the corner. Could I get a better room than the bedroom that would point me up to the corner? The casino, that would be a better option. I suppose the office as well, to spread more gold, but then we're counting on we have to have a freezer. We still have to have a freezer. I just feel like when I'm not satisfied, I still have so many redraws. I keep redrawing. And if worse comes to worse, I can still go back to the laundry room and swap coins for gems, right? Because I could still have so many more redraws. Like, just don't settle. Don't settle for anything except maybe a vault. Oh my god. This is so silly. This is so absurd. But a vault just, without a freezer, a vault is whatever. I think I reroll this. Like, this might seem so silly, but I think it's right to reroll. Keep rerolling. Well, there's the casino. There's the casino that would be a gold sink for us. Maybe I take it now. I think I'll settle for the casino so that we at least have some way to spend our coins at the end of the day. Or even sooner, perhaps? Like, we could take a 50 gold spin here. Oh, but I forgot there's the coins that you get from, you get the coins from the casino. So yeah, we take the casino here, it procs. Oh, and we get the proc from the experiment. Okay, so we get a gold sink, good. That I feel good about. We get a gold sink, and we're at least gonna be able to spend 50 gold on it, and maybe more, depending on how experiments and whatnot go. So I don't have to get the gold right now from the casino, but let's not forget about it. So I can, though, afford to just draft out of the passageway, because I still have a lot of rerolls with gems. But it might be worth, like, I might want to go and swap coins for gems before I pick up the coins in the casino, right? Just to balance things out a little bit. And maybe I would want to even do it now. The thing is, there's 100 gold spin, and we could get to 100 gold pretty easily, actually, with another couple experiments triggering. So that is a goal. So for now, we just go ahead and we open. We've used our secret garden key. We just have the basement key sticking around in here. So we're not able to pick this one, so we have to use a regular key. There it is. Boom. Hopefully, this is close enough. It says it has to be within a few ranks of the freezer. I'm not going to pass it. We're obviously taking a freezer here. We are obviously taking a freezer. And the only thing that I want to do is take a little bit of time to think through how I sequence the rest of my run here. How am I going to sequence the rest of the run? I want... we can unfreeze our assets in the furnace. And we can also see the temperature rising in the freezer, right? This is what I've never seen this happen myself, but I would assume when you step in the freezer, there's that thermometer that appears. That thermometer should be ticking up at some speed. I don't know how fast that's going to be, because the furnace is 3 ranks away. And I did take the liberty during one of my breaks here to just review the note from the laboratory. And I think the little temperature curve that it's showing us, what it's trying to indicate is the fact that there is a point, you have the melting point, 0 degrees. That's where the stuff that you can actually access in the freezer becomes accessible. There's a letter and maybe a key and some other stuff in the freezer that you can interact with. That actually becomes accessible at some point. And then the temperature curve keeps going up until you get to a complete thaw and room temperature. And that, I think, that note is indicating the point at which you would not be able to refreeze your assets, like we've been told in the drafting strategy manual. So the furnace keeps raising the temperature until you finally can't refreeze your assets. That's when you have a complete thaw. That's my guess. Don't know for sure. So we would have some time between the melting point and a complete thaw where we could examine the materials in the freezer while still having time to go unfreeze our assets, draft the rest of the rooms in the house, and then refreeze them to end our day and carry over the stuff into day 26. The only question is, how much time am I going to have once I start this, once I get the freezer, how quickly is the temperature going to be rising? And maybe that's a reason to take a step into the freezer just to take a look. Presumably, I would be able to pause, but I don't know when I can pause time. I think the time is ticking away, like when we're on a screen like this. So I couldn't have infinite time to draft other rooms, which I love to have. I love all that time for overthinking, but I couldn't do it. I'd be a little bit on the clock when it comes to making a decision on what to pick. We would just be looking for the best tomorrow room we can get, essentially. Do all that with enough time to be able to check the stuff in the freezer that's melted, draft those tomorrow rooms, and refreeze our assets before a complete thaw. But I would think that we would at least be able to like pause the game by hitting escape. So if I have to like step away for a moment, I'm not going to be running into a complete thaw without... I'll be able to avoid a complete thaw at least by pausing the game. Okay, I've taken about, I don't know, 15 or 20 minute break to mostly think through what I'm going to do, how I'm going to sequence this ending stage here. What we're going to do, like I said, we're going to get the freezer and we're going to check, we're going to step inside to see how fast the temperature is draining. Give myself an idea of how much time I have. Based on that, roughly the next step will be to go directly to the furnace, unfreeze our assets, then go directly to the laundry room to swap coins for gems. That will give us tons of rerolls, so we can basically just continually reroll until we get the room that we really want, which would be a good tomorrow room, or, I don't know, an office. Like, stuff that gives us more gems and gold is actually good at this point. So just stockpiling as many gems as possible, as much gold as possible, or as many tomorrow rooms as possible. And we can do that at the dark room. The dark room gives us one more potential trigger on our experiment by picking the getting the power from the boiler room to give us either a security room or a laboratory, hopefully. I guess we could get a laundry room as well if we're unlucky, but we're basically going to pick the option where there's power and it costs a gem to try to get one of those experiments to proc. And then we can, based on that, we might be able to keep drafting, or we can draft from the spare bedroom, and then we can also draft from the antechamber, right? The door is open to draft up into the rest of rank 9 up there. So we have several spots still to draft and try to maximize, pump up our resources for tomorrow, and that's what we're going to try to do with as much or as little over deliberation and overthinking as possible. So I'm going to try to, I might go into a little bit more of a focus mode and less talking mode to see if we can make it through this last little section here. Hopefully it's not nearly as much pressure, time pressure, as the silver stopwatch, but we're going to see here. Because who knows, maybe the furnace isn't even close enough. Maybe 3 ranks away is too far, and we're just going to end up with 21 too far to actually interact with the freezer in any way whatsoever. So we might not even have to worry about that. But let's take it here. Freezer time. Okay. And like we have plenty of steps to be able to see what's going on. Okay, I can see that it's actually ticking up at a reasonable rate, but -15 is the current temperature. Now it's -14. Okay, we actually have to go. We have to go very quickly here. We have actually very little time to do this. So we're going to go straight to the furnace so we can get at least, we might not even have time to really draft here. I'm going to have to, yeah, let me just do the thing, because that's actually moving way more quickly than I thought. Freezer to unfreeze. There we go. Accounts have been thawed. We go to the laundry room. We're not going to have hardly any time to do what I want to do, I don't think. We might have to go directly back to the freezer. Also, we can pick up our coins from the... Let's do the right thing here. Coins for gems. We can also pick up the coins from the casino. We'll do the draft from the laundry room, or the dark room at the very least. We can do that quickly because we're right here. Use a key. And we take this one. No thinking, just take. And we get a successful experiment. Can we continue drafting? We cannot. So now, we go back to the freezer, I think. We go to the casino first to get our gold. We go to the casino. We have so many steps. We can do this. We can do this. We have the coin purse as well, Jesus Christ. Do I spin at the casino? I don't think I can afford to spin if I want to actually get this done. Yeah, so now we've got... Our stuff is thawed, but we also... Oh, we need to get a complete thaw. We need to get a... okay, I think I understand. I think I understand. I can afford... Shit. So now, I think we're stuck with what we've got. I think that's it. Because I'm not going to be able to do this in time. We're going to get to room temperature much faster than I realized. Or much faster than I knew we were going to. So the laboratory here, like, I really don't have time to be doing any of this stuff. But now, we're going to be at 20C way too quick. And I'm not going to be able to... Well, what I can do is I can draft, though, without... The thing is, I don't need my... I just won't be able to... I won't be able to... This is fine. I think this is fine. I was thinking of doing a casino spin, but it might be cutting it too close. And I think I've already wasted too much time. So we're not going to do a casino spin. We'll just carry over. I just realized how many coins we have. Nice. We're going to carry over that amount of gems and coins into tomorrow. That's going to be it. We're not going to step foot back in the furnace. But we are going to get to eventually... Oh, there it is. We actually get this key right now. These are all becoming... except I can't pick these up. They don't count toward my total. Because I'm in... So why are there gems in the freezer? Does that mean I have to... Oh, wait, there's something over here. Oh, shit. Oh, there's an upgrade disc. Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. This is actually... I see there was a door over here. Oh, my God. There was a door. And there's a note. And there is an admin key on this. What the fuck? Okay. I think we're gonna... Shit. So, my stuff should be frozen even if we get a complete thaw here, right? I mean, we're gonna find this out either way. If a complete thaw means that my assets are no longer frozen, then I guess that's what we live with. It stopped at 17C, though. It stopped at 17 degrees. Oh, it stopped at 17 degrees. Because the freezer is far enough away from the furnace where I actually can't get a complete thaw. Oh, I see how it works now. I see how it works. We actually have infinite time now. I think. Because the temperature's no longer rising, correct? Unless it's going like infinitesimally slower than I realize. And it is eventually going to tick up to 20 degrees. But I think we're at a point here now. The complete thaw happens... Room temperature is actually 20... I don't know. Maybe this is the maximum. Maybe this is as far as it goes. But the problem is I see stuff in the freezer here. Like there's a letter that is on ice still. And I should be able to access that. But it looks like in order to access it... unless this is just for show. Is there really a world where this is just for show? And I am actually... not able to access this letter? And that the real show is over here, where we just picked up an upgrade disc, our 12th? Okay, well, I don't think we're under any time pressure anymore. So my rushing mindset doesn't have to, I don't have to rush myself to death anymore here. So let's take the time to read this note, which I think we know what's going on here, but maybe there's new info. The network servers are finally out of cold storage, or at least as many as we could fit into the surrounding walls of the grotto off of the East Drive. The last few days have been very busy, but I'm glad I was able to take a short break from gardening to help Randolph install the network. It was, after all, the least he could do, since it was I who suggested the location. Oh, interesting. We decided we're going to store the 2 unused servers here in Mount Holly's freezer. They should serve as readily accessible replacements should any of the primary consoles fail. Denny Ravane. Can I interact with these in any way? Backup servers. Backup servers in the freezer? I don't see an interact option. I thought at first maybe like we were going to be sliding out one of these. Oh, maybe we can interact with these? What in the heck? I can't interact with these at all. So we're not replacing any servers. These are unused servers. Why is that important? They should serve as readily accessible replacements should any of the primary consoles fail. There must be some additional... This is going to be important somehow. There's something else we're going to be able to do with the grotto that must involve these in some way. And of course, they've given us an admin key down here, but we, I think, know that this doesn't work. This is actually deactivated because everybody here no longer likes Denny Ravane for obvious reasons. Huh. I totally did not get that, you know, a la Bioshock. Use our fire plasmid over here to melt the encased servers. Or the doorway to the encased servers. Crazy, this game. So it could be that we need to get the furnace closer to the freezer. Because it sure looks like there's a prism key right here, doesn't it? And there's a letter here that says something. Like, it's similar to the other envelopes that are like open in case of inheritance and things like that. That's what it looks like. So we really need to still do a complete thaw, and I think I finally understand how this works. So I kind of wasted a gem there. It's no big deal because we have so many to begin with. But I think I should be able to go back to the furnace now and then step back into the freezer when I'm actually ready to freeze my assets at the end of the day. So I think we do that because I want to be able to unfreeze my assets and use them to spin the wheel. Because we're not going to need all 59 of these tomorrow, right? But then we also have an upgrade disk to do. And we do have terminals in the laboratory A terminal in either the laboratory or the security room to help us with that. I think we should be able to do that, because now this temperature is stable to where it's not completely thawed. We should be able to come back here and refreeze our assets. So let's go to the furnace one more time. I think I understand how this is supposed to be. How this is supposed to work. I think I get it. But maybe I don't. Maybe we'll be unfreezing our assets here permanently, because maybe the freezer's too warm now. We'll find out. And if so, then lesson learned. We'll just work our way back up to those nice coin and gem amounts. I think this is where we draft from the spare bedroom. No, we go to the security room first and do our upgrade. Make sure we don't forget that. What do we get now with our upgrade disc? I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong key. Let's try that again. Upgrade time. Will we get the closet? Will this be my day to upgrade the closet? No, the aquarium. Oh, okay. I did actually see. I saw that this was one of the rooms that my brother had upgraded. So, okay. I don't remember what his option was, except now I do. I remember what stuck in my mind was the fact that it was called, I wouldn't have been able to tell you this without seeing this screen, but now that I see these three options, I know that it was an electric eel aquarium that he had chosen. I did not notice, though, that it was a power source. Yo! I was specifically, like, turning off my brain. I was like, okay, I don't want to absorb what that room does. It's a power source. What? Does that mean it's going to have... I mean, it would have to connect to the duct system. I love the eels. Oh my god, the eels around the power source there. Okay, we don't need this at this point, right? We have a standard rarity boiler room. We don't need an electric eel aquarium. I'm pretty sure we don't. What are the others? Ooh, a starfish aquarium gets us an extra star. Whoa. Or we can get plus 10 coins with a goldfish aquarium. Oh, that is so cool. It doesn't change the effect of the aquarium. It's still a room of every color, but we get to do something super shiny. All of these are super shiny options, but it's between the goldfish aquarium and the starfish aquarium. What do we want? The starfish aquarium. We could really start to boost up our stars. I'm gonna remind myself again here what are the higher tier options when we actually do get to like 20 or maybe 30 and above in the observatory. What does it say here? It's I gotta zoom in on my screenshot here in my Google Doc. 29 is the first appearance of both diamond as minor and major in the same sky. 40, yeah, it lists everything up to 25, and then beyond that, who knows? 40, though it does say, is 7 different constellations observed in a single night, and then a new constellation spotted at 50. So maybe I should stop trying to like get like all the value that I possibly can of each of these, you know, these different star rewards have very different effects. And so like the way I like to build my decks, the way that I like to draft my deck or my house is I love everything to synergize. So I want even my observatory to play into that. But we now have 2 observatories. So we're getting 2 different rewards. This almost doesn't matter, right? Because we're going to be getting 2 different rewards, and we're also going to be powering up if we take the stars from the starfish aquarium. I feel like our allowance is high enough, and we have so many ways to generate gold, and we're also kind of running out of like bookshop and gift shop and these permanent unlock gold sink items. I feel like I want to go with the starfish aquarium. I think this is the fun one to me. At the same time, we still have not maybe fully utilized a showroom. Like the showroom does have these super powerful items that we've only ever been able to afford like one at a time. And just being able to just afford everything in the showroom because you've just stockpiled so much gold from stuff like goldfish aquariums and allowances. They're both tempting. I think I'm going to go with my initial instinct, which was take the starfish aquarium. We've got ways to generate gold. 10 coins is good, but we can get gold in a lot of different ways. And the starfish aquarium feels like, let's get the permanent unlocks going. Let's start to rev up this star count. And because that new constellation at 50, we want to see that at someday, and hopefully not spending another 50 days to get there. So the starfish aquarium will help us get that game plan accelerated sufficiently. And I think that's what I want to do. Let's see how that feels. Locking it in, starfish aquarium. And there we go. Upgrade, another upgrade disc added to the collection. So now we draft through the spare bedroom, because we would still, you know, getting a master bedroom is still on the table. There's 4 rooms left on the east wing, theoretically. So let's see what we can do. Sound amplifier. Oh, we've been running into some difficult locks here, but we got a couple keys still. So let's see. Let's see, what does it want us to take? Another solarium. I think I'm not taking another solarium here, even though the dowsing rod is saying take another solarium. But that's not a duplicate that I'm looking for here. We need something more exciting than a solarium, and we have 59 gems. Go again. These are not exciting either. It's a master bedroom costs 2 gems, correct? Master bedroom is a 2-gem. I need to check let me check the right document here. Master bedroom is in fact 2 gems. So this is not a master bedroom here. So I think we roll again. And we don't know if it's a tomorrow room. We don't want to take a shot in the dark on this here when we have so many rerolls. Just keep re-rolling. A treasure trove. Okay. That's sort of permanent progress. And it also gets us 10 gold today to stash for tomorrow. Maybe we just take a treasure trove. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. It's funny. I like the fact that the coat check is given away, even though it's archived. There's also, the other thing, okay, the thing with the treasure trove is that there is a locked chest in there, right? There's a locked trunk. We would have to spend a key on it here. But we do want to see what happens with that. This is probably where we're supposed to take another treasure trove, isn't it? We're probably not going to get... We might get to the point here where we take a spin at the casino. we take a 50 gold spin, because maybe we don't want to take all of these nice coins and gold into day 26. We could actually take a shot at an allowance token. And this is essentially like taking an observatory. The treasure trove is banking progress with itself. It's just that I don't know if I want to open the treasure trove with the key that I have left. It's my last key. And as powerful as this pick sound amplifier has been, there's no guarantee that it's going to work on the finicky locks left at rank 9 through the antechamber. So this could be our last room if we were to open the chest in addition to taking the treasure trove. Another reason to have taken the starfish aquarium. Stuff like the treasure trove, because you don't need... There's other ways to get gold. There's not so many ways to get stars. I do wish it was pointing the other way. Like, the best scenario would be a treasure trove that actually pointed north, goddammit. Like, the treasure trove is unusual rarity, but we do have the buff from the solarium, so it could show up again. Like, if I wanted to redraw here to just get another, you know... Well, how many rooms am I realistically, though, going to draft up the east wing? I want to stop at either a master bedroom or some sort of tomorrow room. So this is filling that category already. I think we just take it. I think we take it, but do I use my key? I think I do. And I take the chance that the antechamber, that I can open it with the pick sound enhancer or amplifier. And if I don't get to draft the rest of the rooms in the house, we gain additional info from the treasure trove special trunk. So let's do it. Let's take the trove here. Take it. And check for anything out of the ordinary. Oh, we're going to get the... I keep forgetting we get the coin purse buff as well. which is so good. So nice. Now it's a blue trunk. Now it's a blue trunk, but we don't get to use the lockpick kit on this, or the sound enhancer. So I guess we open it. We open it. We're out of keys, but we do have, you know, there is the laundry room. Like if I wanted to swap gems for keys to get me through the door, then I could do that. That's a game plan that does exist. Not one that I want to jump to, but I could swap back, right? That's the thing, is I could swap them, because I have so much gold now. As long as I'm not swapping gold directly, I can swap keys and gems back and forth as much as I want. So let's use the key here. Okay. Oh. Green memos. Oh, wait a second. Green memos in white boxes are always lies. Okay. So I had noticed, of course, that these boxes are similar to, maybe I didn't verbally note it, but they're clearly similar to the trunks that are at the bottom of the reservoir. But now we are getting some information that is telling us, similar to the information in the dark room, saying how green memos in Hartley's room are always lies or always false. Similar here, white boxes with green memos are always lies. Okay. All right. There is interesting stuff here. Now, does this make a difference? Do we, maybe at some point we do want to go through and open every single box at the bottom, just like the locker room, just open every single trunk at the bottom of the reservoir. That might be a stretch goal, because maybe there's information in there that we're missing out on, and this information combined with that could lead us to, who knows, something else. The location of some secret that we're going to want to make use of. Okay, cool. So we've gotten our gold progressed for today and future days whenever we draft the treasure trove again. So that's good. And now we only got one place to go, which is up to the antechamber. And once again, drafting through the antechamber. It's such a pastime. We're so used to it at this point, like, because we've been here. There's no basement key because I've already got one. Ha ha ha. All right, sure enough, that is locked. Pick sound amplifier. Yes. All right. Okay. How many more gems can we stockpile here? I don't think it's worth taking a parlor. We would progress ourselves toward the 40 trophy parlor game achievement, but 40 parlor games trophy, but I don't think that's a good enough reason. I think we can do better, right? Like, I would like to get a straight through room or a three-way room that gets me to the corner, because that gets me a chance at the conservatory. That's what I would like. And with still so many gems left, let's at least hit a few redraws here. Oh! A showroom it is. We spend a couple gems to get even more coins because of our experiment, and we get that straight through room that I was looking for. And we might even buy something in the showroom. Holy shit. Okay. Like a moon pendant. Ooh, and we're up to 110 coins. This is absurd. What is this draft? What is this game? We can afford, with 24 steps, we can afford to go in here and take a look at what's on sale. Okay, it's stuff we've seen all before. Man, so we could... Shit, you could... We don't have to... we don't have to buy the moon pendant and the emerald bracelet to try to take a random chance at carrying that over to the next day. What we probably just do is we take a moon pendant, right? Although we have 110 coins... We don't make a purchase yet until we draft the last room, but we could take a moon pendant like we did yesterday just to carry over a random item. There's a lot of junk. There's a lot of junk items in here, but there's some good items in here. Okay, but we're going to draft the last room first. We have still plenty of gems. We just need to get through whatever... If there's a lock here and we can't pick it, then we might need to go back to the laundry room. We don't have to go back to the laundry room, and that is a conservatory. Bro, that's also a trophy room. That is a trophy room hiding behind the big, it's like an elephant trying to hide behind a little birch tree. I can see you. And that's funny because the trophy room is where they go on safari to hunt things. So it all works out. We have so many gems. We really don't need to get greedy here, do we? It's just that taking the trophy room would be an additional trigger for the experiment, right? It would be one additional experiment that we get, and we get a whole bunch more gold that would allow us, we could do like the 100 gold spin at the casino wheel and still have like 30 gold to carry over to tomorrow or something. Like, that's very tempting. It's very, 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 very tempting. But the conservatory is such a powerful room, and the ability to take, you know, it's these rare rooms like the master bedroom and the drafting studio and the freezer as well. We really want to knock down the rarity on these. We want to get them to where we're seeing them. And if we don't get a shot at one of those, we could at least take away one of the common rooms that we really don't want to see very much. I think the smart pick is probably to take the conservatory, and then you would go ahead and buy the moon pendant, and then you could spin the casino wheel for 50 gold for a shot at an allowance token, and then you would still have gold left over. And I think that's what I want to do. I like the idea of adjusting the rarity of stuff. That feels like you're getting a much stronger grip on the RNG gods. Like, it's nice to maximize your gems and maximize your gold, and that's the move here. If you take the trophy room, maximizing those into the next day, and maybe even taking the 100 gold spin at the casino wheel in the process. But being able to meddle with the RNG gods is so freaking powerful. I'm not going to pass that chance. Let's take it. Conservatory time. It is funny that the dowsing rod pointing at that reading nook, which never did get utilized today. We never got to peek into the library. We get one more gem from our watering can. What do you know? Awesome. It seriously sounds like somebody pissing on the floor. What are you doing? Go find a laboratory. Okay. What do we got here? Oh, dude. Oh, wait a second. I jumped the gun. This is good. We get to adjust the rarity on the showroom. Oh, baby. We also get to adjust the rarity on the drawing room and the ballroom. Do we change any of these? I mean, I do change some of these, of course. The showroom, I feel like, is a pretty easy for me changing this to standard. I think I want this to show up at a standard rarity. I don't want it to quite be common because there's going to be some times where we just don't get the gold flowing. So I think standard is a good compromise here, so it's not a nuisance, but it's not going to be hiding from us like it sometimes does. We have been getting it more often, but I think I like the standard rarity here. Especially when we're carrying so many coins into tomorrow. That seems good. Let's change that. And then now with the drawing room, I might do the same thing. I feel like the drawing room, just as its utility as a room, you all know I'm just not that high on it. It doesn't seem like did I even redraw with it today at all? It almost never is worth the redraw in the drawing room because, like, I don't want to spend a gem just for a regular old T-shape room. So putting it to standard feels good to me because we also do still want to figure out the puzzle. We can't completely ignore this thing because we want to figure out the puzzle with the save, but I also feel like I'm not really that close to solving it. Like, there's a part of me that almost wants to put it to unusual. Just so I don't have to think about it until I'm really, really have the fresh brain separation from... I don't want to look at this every single day and be, like, butting my head against the wall. So it's either standard or unusual for the drawing room. But I did get overexcited at first because I thought that the drawing room was the drafting studio. And I thought, oh, we're going to get to adjust the rarity on both the showroom and the drafting studio at the same time. And I about lost my mind. But the drawing room is it good enough to be at standard? I'll keep it around at standard because maybe I will have some epiphany sometime soon. Maybe it will occur to me where I'm supposed to be going with the puzzle in the drawing room. Figuring out that safe code might be closer than I think, so we'll just put it to standard, even though I'm tempted to send it flying up to unusual rarity. The ballroom is unusual. Why did I think that it was rare? Huh, interesting. We have not seen this very much. It feels like it's a rare room. I don't know that I want to change it. It's an interesting room just because it can be very powerful, but, you know, on a day like tomorrow, we never want to see that. We never want to see it when we are going in tomorrow with like 60 gems. So I kind of feel like I leave this one where it is. Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep the ballroom at unusual. It's a good room, but it's not overpowered in my mind. So I don't feel the need to put it down to common or standard. So I think that's what we leave. Did we just leave everything? We moved showroom to standard. And I think drawing room at standard also makes sense. So that's the changes we'll make with the conservatory. And if there's nothing else to examine, no magnifying glass stuff here, I don't think, on the drafting locations. And are there any notes that I have missed? There's an apple here. Look at that. There's an apple for us to close out our day. We're very close to closing out our day, at least. A green apple for the conservatory green room. We ended up getting quite a few green rooms. We'll look at our summary screen here in just a moment, but I do think the way we will finish this out is we make the purchase that we were thinking of doing, which is the moon pendant. I like it's a 20 gold spend, but I think it's worth it. Starting the day with 2, it's just the basement key is the problem, right? When you have like duds like the basement key in your pool of items here, yeah, it's a little less thrilling to pick up that moon pendant, but it's only a 1 in... We don't know whether the moon pendant can pick itself, so it's interesting as I'm thinking about it here. Would I ever want to go back to fill up the watering can? Does the watering can keep its current water level if you happen to bring it back to the next day? I might do that here because I happen to have the steps. So we may as well go back and fill it up in the kitchen by going through the foundation. Let's do that. Let's take the chance on the moon pendant. Start the day with a couple items. Hope that tomorrow it's... I would love it if the moon pendant can pick itself. Something tells me that they might have coded in the way that it's programmed that it does not work that way. But because we have the sneakers, I think we should be safe to go to the foundation, come around to the kitchen. In the worst case scenario, that costs us like 7 steps or 8 steps one way, and then back is another 8, so that we would still have like 6 steps to get to the freezer. We've got sneakers as well. We should be able to do this. So I'm going to go fill up the watering can, just in case it gets picked by the moon pendant. And we get to turn that faucet on one more time. Oh, we don't even have to switch. We just refill the can. We don't even have to actually turn the faucet on. But I kind of did enjoy the little role play that we were doing. So maybe I should have stuck with that plan. But I think we have more than enough steps to even just go through the house here. We've done our upgrade disc. I think we've taken care of all the business that I can think of. We do have a magnifying glass, but I don't know of what else that I would want. What else that I would want to check? other than maybe going back to the study one more time and trying to think through what we would do there while we still have it, but I really don't have a lead. I feel like this is something that's going to involve me reading more stuff in the library first and getting back to the study on a later date. So the way that we close this out is since we are here by the workshop, we'll take one more look at the bench, but I think we've explored all the various things that can be made, but who knows, maybe the moon pendant could be combined with something. That would be a fun surprise. I think we've already tried the sleeping mask at some point, and nothing there to be done. Keycard as well. Just looking for green. Running shoes. So have we figured out our mystery item yet? I feel like my brain is always just mush at the end of one of these runs. We don't know what combines with the coin purse yet. So that's the mystery that is yet to be deciphered and uncovered. So with a common workshop though, and a moon pendant to start us off with items tomorrow, those mysteries are a lot closer than they used to be. So this is where, hopefully when I get in a moment here, the one other thing, we're not going to close shop just yet because 90 coins to me is a little bit of overkill. Until I know for sure what I'm aiming for with 90 coins to start a day. I mean, we do have a standard showroom now, so maybe I shouldn't think about spending 50 gold spinning a casino wheel. Maybe what I'm supposed to do now is just save that money for a showroom. That might be the responsible thing to do. That conservatory has now shifted that game plan, hasn't it? Because the showroom shows up at the same commonality now as the commissary. Yeah, let's go ahead and be responsible. Let's be responsible drafters here and not fritter away our... Oh, I did forget... I did forget we have a broken lever, guys. We have a broken lever. Should we play the... Should we fucking play the golden slot machine a few times? We should do a little bit of this, shouldn't we? Because we got the broken lever, and what else are we going to do with it? Get this thing in order. Let me see what we do here, because who knows? We might just hit the jackpot. You may just... You got to take a few spins at the jackpot. Just a few. See what happens. And I got to remind myself as well, when is it appropriate to do a bonus spin? I think it's only appropriate when you're like close to lining up, like when you're 2 out of 3 from the triple coins, I think. So we keep otherwise just re-rolling. We'll see how many spins we take at this. Okay, so 2 times each bonus spin costs 1. I don't think it's worth if it's just a single coin. Doubling the single coin is not what you want. So you want to double the triple coin. So we re-roll. Ooh, okay. So here is where we could do a bonus spin and try to get double, right? Because now you are... Oh, except you're doubling... No, you just take the cash out here. Never mind. It's the single coins again. You just take the cash out. Cash us out. Let's respin. We're back to where we started. The odds on this one do feel like they are much, much, much better than the other slot machines, though. In general, you are... It maybe still is a losing bet. It might still be the odds stacked against you. But it... Wait a second. What? You get 6 coins for this? Because we caught a snake. And it's double. Oh, what? That's crazy. So could I... So because we have a net, we could re-roll this one to maybe get another snake. And then that would double it up to 6. So now maybe this is worth a bonus spin. Could we also get another double to double it to 12? Let's try a bonus spin here. I'm going to try, if you're in for 1, if you're in for a pound, you're in for a, whatever the, what's the saying? If a bonus spin is correct, then you're supposed to keep doing it. So I don't know if it was correct or not, but I'm still doing it. I don't know if I'm doing it. It worked. It did work the way that I thought. Oh, shit. So we did double our money. I had to spend 5 to get 6, so that did pay off, but I had to get it on the last one. This is fun. This is fun. 3 snakes. There should be something for getting 4 snakes. How many snakes is too many? Ultimately, you're aiming for like the big jackpot here, right? You want 4 crowns. The odds on that still seem pretty slim. Ooh, okay. There's, I think we go ahead and cash that one out rather than rolling for another snake. Each snake is only 3, and we don't have a multiplier. So, but we could get a multiplier, but that would also go only to 3. So we're not, I think in this case we just cash out because our expected value, the thing we're shooting for is only 3 more. We're only doubling 3 instead of 6. Okay, I'll take that again. Sure. There we go. We're sort of hovering around the 90 mark. Nope. Ooh, 2 snakes. So if you get 1 net, then you're going to get 6. So this is a spot, maybe, to go for the net. Let's try it. Let's see if this is how you're supposed to play this. And we can, obviously, we can base our decision making on the result that we get. Because results-based strategy is definitely how you should orient yourself. Kappa. We only seem to get like a single crown at a time, if any. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. 2 crowns. 2 crowns, you say? I don't think we're going to get there in 5 bonus spins between these. Something tells me that's not a winning proposition. If we had 3 crowns, though, I would certainly go for it. Certainly. Maybe when you have a double and a snake, it might be worth going for the net. Ooh, ooh. Do we go for a snake now? Now's when you can go for a snake to get 12, right? Snake. Hit me with a snake. Hit me with your best shot. Snake away. No. Yes! Let's fucking go. Does it? I wonder if the last one, it really is a test of your mettle to see, hey, I think we went through all 5, though, at one point, and we didn't get the cash out that we were looking for. So, 2 doubles here, but we don't have either a net or a snake. And we've never, have we ever gotten a lucky clover? I feel like we've never even gotten 1 lucky clover. So I don't know that that doesn't feel correct to go for those in a bonus spin. Gambling away all my money here, like I said I wasn't going to. But at least we're not throwing it away at the roulette wheel. This is like a slow bleed that I can theoretically turn away from at any time. Guys, I can quit anytime I want. Ooh, 2 snakes? 2 snakes, so we could go for a net. Let's 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 go for a net. All right, last one. Do we switch over to this one? No, we stick with the winner. Damn it. All right. Okay, how far? What's my limit here? I have to set a limit at some point. The golden slot machine is not a guaranteed thing like I was hoping it might be. It might still have winning odds if you play it long enough. But how long would I be required to play it to get to those winning odds? Let's put our limit at 70. If we dip below 70, we're out. Because you know what comes right after 70. If we dip below... Ooh. We definitely do bonus spins here. Because we get... If we get 2... Yeah, this is worth going for. Because we're respinning to get 18 coins. We have to do this. Have to. Yes! And we're back in it, boys. Dude, Okay. I mean, now you do, like here, you go for another, you go for the thing. Ooh, you go for the thing. You go for the thing. Go hard or go home. Let's fucking go. We are in it now. Now we're actually up. We are actually up from where we started, aren't we? Because we came into like 90. So we could start tomorrow with 101 coins. And we would certainly be in a good position to buy out most of the things in the showroom. This is such a fun setup, though. Having the golden slot machine right next to the freezer. Just basically at any moment here, assuming that I can go freeze my assets. I'm going to be, you know, here's the thing. Here's what we should do, is we should, while we have enough steps to kind of make it to the freezer and back if we need to, because if we can't refreeze our assets, then we can spin for 100 coins at the wheel and call it a day. But I think this is a good spot for us to go ahead and see if that's what is going to happen for us. It is what's going to happen for us. Oh, so it did actually do a complete thaw, except it didn't completely thaw, but it was enough. Okay, I see how it works now. We've learned. We did learning, folks, and I knew this was part of the risk. But I also had this kind of calculated out to where, you know, if I was going to be losing something, if I was going to be losing out on the gems that we carry over to the next day, I could still bank a bunch of gold at the casino. That was something that I knew I was able to do. So so we can do that. And you know, it's a little sad not to be. All of you have known this probably. Those of you who are experienced with the game have been the whole time like, oh, okay, well, you just missed out on all taking over 53 gems into tomorrow. So once again, if we get the schoolhouse tomorrow, we're going to have to, so, like, maybe I should go and change the rarity. Go and change the rarity, because I could swap steps and gems one more time here if I wanted to, but then I would have, and then I wouldn't have the coins to do the roll at the casino. So this is where we're going to have to take our chances at the roulette table. Unfortunately, but we learned that just because you get up to 17 degrees, it may not count as a complete thaw, but you are past the melting point. So at that point, your assets are still frozen, but because we went back to the furnace, now we don't have the ability to refreeze them. The complete thaw, I think, when we're able to get the freezer closer to the furnace, will allow us to see what is in the actual freezer box. The key and the envelope in there that are still frozen, we need to get those above like 20 degrees or much closer to 20 degrees. So we need to get the furnace a little bit closer to where we're at. So, okay, roulette wheel. Roulette wheel, and we wager 100. Oh, it's only 20. Oh, this is only 20. Why did I think this was 50? It's only a 20 gold wager. Okay, so we're in the market for a 4 allowance token here. And if we don't get it, then, you know, it is what it is. It do be what it do be. But at least we took a shot. We're not going to get anything. We took a shot at getting permanent progress at the very least. But that's, you know, this is how a blind playthrough plays out. You don't know the things until you know them. And now we know exactly how the freezer works. At least how it interacts with the furnace, which is good to know. So hopefully we will get to try our hand at that on another day. We'll have to wait at least 2 days because the freezer has its cooldown period. We will call it a day there, though. We've got a full watering can. We do have a moon pendant. So we are carrying some things over to tomorrow. We'll have as well one more day with our Blessing of the Tinkerer, which has played out very nicely. It would have been super sick if we could have carried over all that gold into tomorrow. We'll have to rely on our healthy allowance to get us started and deal with that standard rarity showroom that is now going to be showing up. A garden shopping center of fire and ice, because we drafted the furnace and the freezer in the same house. Is this literally the only time that we've done the two of them in the same house? Yo. It's just fun having that interaction in any way, right? Whether you melt stuff in the freezer or not, it's just fun being able to freeze and unfreeze your assets. That makes the freezer so much more approachable. Okay, we learned about that. We accessed every angle of the Chamber of Mirrors, which was awesome. 2 new floor plans, copies of floor plans added to our draft pool, the Den and the Observatory. We're going to be getting more stars now with that as the duplicate observatories plus a starfish aquarium, which I'm looking forward to getting. We've done the treasure trove for a second time. We've accessed the conservatory again and fooled with the rarity. We got to do the study again, but I don't know what's going on with the safe there. So much to do still, but it does feel at least still we can count on blueprints every day delivering something fresh. In this case, a temperature roller coaster bouncing between the furnace and the freezer. We'll see if we can get that to happen on another day, and very much looking forward, even without my stockpile of gems once again gone to waste. We'll have fun no matter what with day 26, right? Because that's how it goes. Blueprints is the best. Thank you all very much for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next one.